Good afternoon, good afternoon. For the people, by the people. I want to take this opportunity to say Eid Mubarak to all of our viewers. Fekke nañ ko ren, yal nañ ko fekke ndegen dewen ak jàmm bu kenn manki. Ñëpp ñu fekke ko. It's been a nice Eid actually. Comme li gars yi di wax rek. Eid korite bi daal moo daxa koor gi. So you guys must be asking, what happened to my other panelists? Well, my brother, the sailor, he actually went to Umrah and just got back. He's suffering from a flu, a really bad flu. He really wanted to make it today, but unfortunately, he will not be able to. In Pasamba also, he's scheduled to work. So I was basically thinking about canceling it. But because the particular issue that we're going to talk about, coalition for change, I mean, it's so important as we all look forward to 2026 general elections. I mean, Saul Baji and the gang, I mean, they really wanted to come and talk about this thing that they have in the process, and that is working on a coalition to bring all parties together before the 2026 elections. So we are going to hear from them. They're going to tell us their plans and how they intend to go about it. So I'll be waiting for them to join me. I think it's going to be very interesting. I also want to start by, there are a couple of people that passed away. One of them actually passed away just today, and that is Dr. Sedat Jobe. Anyone who knows Dr. Sedat, I remember all the way back in the mid-70s, Masamba would tell me, Lila Lawa, Kotonga. This was Gambia High School Speech and Prize Day, and he was the keynote speaker. That was the first time I actually met and saw Dr. Sedat, an intellectual, really, smart. And it was one of those speeches at the end of the the speech day, after his keynote speech. There were a lot of students out there arguing what he said, what he didn't say. But that's not what Dr. Sedat was all about. He was also a former foreign minister during the Jammeh regime. And one person would tell you, people would tell you that he's one person. When Jammeh made a decision in refusing to seek his advice, he basically resigned. He walked away from the being Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he didn't stop there. All through the struggle against Jammeh, Dr. Sedat was there with us at every move. He was on Freedom Radio, Fatu Network, contributing. I still remember when we had the 2013 coalition talks in Raleigh. I mean, Mr. Dabo was there, Ahmad Ba was there, Omar Amadou Jallo, Bibi Dabo. Dr. Sedat was also there. So here is a gentleman who was really out there fighting for the restoration of democracy and the rule of law. I mean, he passed away and transitioned to Firdaus. Yal na ko yalla xare ajana. Yal na dee di noflaayam si daraja nit ñu baax ñi. Another person, a brother of mine, I mean, Mam Essa Gay, also passed away a couple of days ago. He is someone very much involved. Here comes Saul. Let me bring him in. Saul.
Wow.
Nunala.
Nunala.
I'm glad you stepped in. It is very difficult, I mean, especially when you're not used to it, to be basically talking to yourself. I mean, and not having my my colleagues here, giving me a hard time.
Absolutely.
So you need to have them frown or yengal sen bopai, and that tells you that either whatever you're saying, they're not too crazy about it. So for a minute there, I was beginning to miss that. I'm basically talking to myself.
Oh my.
This platform is not very good at that.
Yes.
So I was just talking about the passing of Dr. Sedat. sending our condolences to the family and to the UDP, to basically to the government of the Gambia. Here is an individual who has done a lot. I mean, an intellectual, an academist, and a freedom fighter, if you want to call him that, because all through this struggle, so
Yes.
Dr. Sedat Jobe was there with us. I mean, very outspoken.
Absolutely.
Another individual that passed away was Mam Essa Gay. He was one of those people that really were very much into basketball. And really, I mean, he passed away a couple of days ago. We want to extend our condolences to his family,
Yes.
to his brothers. And actually, we grew up in the same compound, James Senegal, 48 James Senegal. I mean, very connected with the family, really.
Wow.
And I was able to talk to the brothers and sisters, some in Norway.
Mhm.
So I'll send my condolences to all of them, Fatkine, Baige Ter, Solomon, and Omar Gay, and the entire family. And also, I mean, one of his daughters live here in Atlanta, Mam Har.
So you seem to be very connected to this family, Musa, it sounds like.
Oh, very, 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 very,
Wow.
really.
Wow.
I mean, we lived together for years. I mean, I'm gonna Dekandor Buyaga. I mean, these are my, I mean, definitely my family, no doubt about that. So yal na ko yàlla xare ajana and they did not fly him. Brother
Wow.
Saul.
Musa,
But you know Dr. Sedat, of course.
absolutely. Man, yeguma lulu. You're just saying these two guys, Mame Sage, I don't know the guy, but
Right.
Dr. Sidat Jobe, come on. I mean, did this happen just today?
Just today, actually. I just read it. I mean, I just woke up and I saw it on Facebook, actually. I think Tombong and Ture forwarded it as well.
Yeah. Well, let's take this moment to express our condolences to all of the names you've mentioned, Mame Sage, and obviously Dr. Sidat, Sidat Jobe. Dr. Sidat Jobe, I mean, when you mention the name, all of us should be able to remember what he stood for and who he was and the service he provided to our country. He's a well-polished diplomat. I mean, oh my God, Musa. Wow. So we express our condolences to those families as well as my colleagues. Joe Sambu's brother, sister, actually sister just passed away.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
and today is actually going to be the day that they do the religious observation of the wake, they call it. Is that right?
Yes, wake keeping.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it's a big deal. And just a couple of weeks ago, Joe lost another family member. So he's been grieving. And Myla Toure, obviously, you know, we were talking about his brother who passed away a few days ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, so ñu ngi sigil gay yépp Moussa wax dëgg neex yàlla di leen ñaanal ñoom ñëpp ñu faatu yàlla leen yàlla jégal seen bàkkaar yàlla xare leen àjjana because human beings are just as powerful Moussa ku nekk am na loo fi bàyyi and it's going to be very difficult to fill those shoes but this is why we wake up every day we work Moussa we have our jobs we have our families yow am nga sa njaboot man am naa sama njaboot the likes of Demba Balde, all of these guys, Dr. Sidat Jobe is leaving his family, but there's a purpose, something we have all been believing and fighting for, and that is a better country where if we left tomorrow, we would have left it in better hands than we found it. And that's the objective. That's our main goal of why we're doing what we're doing, Musa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just looking at the comments and Talbot Toure, he mentioned, of course, this guy knows the family. And he mentioned one of his brothers, Lamin Gay, that I grew up with. Oh my God, this guy was my close friend. He passed away back in the late 80s in Norway. So Talbot, I mean, when I saw that, it brought back memories, really.
Wow.
Yeah. And Kopul Sane, yes, Mam Essa Gay, a brother to Bai Gay Ter. And then you mentioned Milo's brother. This is Uplight. I mean, he used to live in Boston. I mean, he's been here for longest. I mean, one time Rhode Island, he was in Boston.
Yes.
I mean, and then coincidentally, I ran into him. He just went home Gambia to retire. I ran into him at a friend of mine was having a ngente, and there was Ablai Ture. I haven't seen him for years. For a minute, I didn't even recognize him. You know, I mean, the guy looked, I mean, very healthy. You know, and out of nowhere, I understand he passed away a few days ago. So condolences to the to the Ture families. He's originally from Balangar, you know, obviously a brother to Myla Ture, and so Sigillenko Yalna ko Yalla Hare Ajana Yalna de no fly him as well. Ablai Ture, wow. But I mean, it's one of those things. I always say this and pass Samba Munemayo Derengaragal. But there is a reason why, is that finality, the finality of it. I mean, that makes things just kind of something else, Bilai. But it's one of those things when you guys they were you need mom like
but the Musa Mange said Joe mung masenon message fogna cousin mo ganyo. The name is Rebe Sambu Kugumo ganyo my cousin and Bifatu just a few days ago. And today is the Sunday they will be doing the wedding. So anyway, Musa, okay. can we take 30 seconds of a pause just to kind of show our respect for these people? Just to pause. You want to say that to me? We can a 30 seconds pause and just the nyanal guy for just 30 seconds. So here we go, Musa. Let's do that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Musa, thank you very much. That was a moment of silence we wanted to just observe and show our respect to all of the family members who were here and the departed.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, of course, we're going to talk about my good friend here, Saul Baji. He's going to be here to talk about Coalition for System Change. He's going to be joined by Dr. Jan. Originally, we were going to have Myla, we were going to have Kebafun, we were going to have, another lady part of the team. What's her name again?
Aisen.
Unfortunately, wow. Yes, because of these condolences that we were all talking about, Joe couldn't be here, of course, and then Myla as well. Keba, actually, he's flying into Gambia today, right?
Yes.
That's going to make it a little bit difficult for him to join us. So Saul is going to be here. Dr. Jan is going to be joining us as well. So we are going to be kind of, let Saul tell us, what are they all about? What are they planning to do? What is this whole system for coalition change? They were here last year.
Yeah.
And we talked about it a little bit, went back and forth. And we're going to attempt again to see what do they have in place. But before that, Saul, let's run the ads, the people that kind of make this thing happen.
Absolutely.
Every Sunday we come here because of the support we receive from these individuals. Starting from Keria.
Welcome to Kid Aisha Restaurant. We are located at 1460 Boston Road in the Bronx. We are open 7 days a week from 1 to 12 a.m. We serve Senegambian food and American soul food on Wednesdays and Senegambian food all 7 days. We do dine-in, we do takeout. We serve chebijin, chebiapa. We do mafe, we do plaza, we do ebe every other day. We have yassa ganat with rice, super kanja with white rice and fufu. We serve a lot of delicious foods. For dinner, we do dibi, chicken dibi, penta, whole chicken. We have shawarma, lots of good food. Also offer catering services for weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, whatever you need. We got it here at Kid Aisha. You can call us at 718-450-8606. And we're also on Uber Eats. And if you've ever been to Kid Aisha, make sure you leave a review. Thank you guys for supporting, and we hope to see some new faces.
Definitely. If you live in the Bronx, please go ahead and support the restaurant. And thank you, Kid Aisha, for supporting us every Sunday. That's not the one. Sorry.
According to the World Health Organization, WHO, as estimated 7 million people die from air pollution globally each year. This includes both outdoor and indoor air pollution. Most of these deaths, 4.2 million, are caused by outdoor air pollution, such as from vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and wildfires. Indoor air pollution, such as from burning wood or cooking fuel, is responsible for an additional 2.8 million deaths. Air pollution is considered one of the leading environmental risk factors for premature death. It is associated with a wide range of health problems, including respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Each breath you take, there is something in it. The question is, what damage is that going to do to your health? One of the biggest misconceptions about air pollution is that it comes from one source, or it has the same health impact that is not so. Air pollution comes from many sources, and many sources change over time. For example, if you are standing by the road, ride particles coming from tire wears, brick wears, and there are particles traveling in the air that travel in far distances. An estimated 1,000 people die each year in Washington state due to outdoor air pollution. Air pollution is a serious problem in Washington state. In a new report from Washington Department of Ecology, researchers investigated health data for 16 overburdened areas of Washington and found people in these communities face a higher death rate from air pollution than the state average. The report also shows higher rates of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular conditions across the 16 areas, where ecology has identified vulnerable populations that face high levels of air pollution in addition to social, economic, and environmental inequities. People think air pollution affects the lungs, but perhaps what they did not realize, it affects every part of the body. The advertisement is funded by Ecology with funding from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. The CCA supports Washington's climate action efforts by putting cap and invest dollars to work reducing climate pollution, creating jobs, and improving public health in collaboration with New World International.
Thank you, New World International, for being out there supporting us every Sunday as well.
Welcome to the Gambia, a country with a rich tradition in tourism and a beacon for investors. Experience a nation committed to progress, a home where nature's beauty is matched by the warmth of its people. A nation that is fast-growing and developing, thriving for togetherness. At the heart of this development is the Global Properties, the Gambia's premier real estate developer, introducing you to our latest property being developed, the Lakeview, an epitome of luxury and comfort. Whether you are looking for a residence or investment property, Lakeview is the ultimate option. The Gambia is not just a place to live, it's a place to thrive. Welcome home.
Thank you very much, Global Properties. You've been partnering with us for a while now. Thank you, Nilan, and congratulations. She's now the general manager of Global Properties in the Gambia. So we're gonna dive into the. I'm not. So you've sent the link to Dr. Jain, right?
I did.
So he's going to be joining us from the Gambia. I mean, like I told you yesterday, there's always going to be, you know how this internet is in the Gambia. So hopefully he'll be able to join us so that we digante. We are also going to be joined by Demba Balde, because I called him a couple of days ago.
Correct.
Then, I mean, Demba has been, I mean, he knows a lot about, I mean, coalition building and alliances. So I thought that bringing him on would help the conversation.
Absolutely.
So I guess I'm going to let you I don't know how you want to do it. Have an opening statement before we dive into really what I would call the difficulty and complexity of what you guys intend to do, and that is in a coalition parties in the Gambia as poised for 2026 presidential elections. So.
Yes, Musa Jerejef, thank you very much. Again, we will do code switching because then but at the same time, we will have to speak in English because bottom line is, our friends of the Gambia, you understand, we're not just sitting idly by and not saying things that would drive us towards the direction that the vast majority of our people are crying out that they want. So to introduce our organization, it is part of what we did not accomplish the first time when we did a coalition in 2016. And we saw it fitting that to say what was the missing piece. The missing piece from the coalition of 2016 was the reforms that we wanted to implement. This was some of the guardrails, if you want to call it. What were we trying to accomplish once we removed the dictator Yahya Jammeh? How would we change the country's trajectory and the dispensation? How are we going to reap those benefits of what we've shown, which is the removal of President Yahya Jammeh? Obviously, those things were not put in place, or we did not implement them. And as we speak, I don't think any of those reforms have yet been fully implemented. There has been talk, but they have not been implemented. So in a nutshell, what we wanted, and Honorable Khalifa Saleh has said that because he was part of that coalition. Musa, you and I were part of that coalition because we all contributed. All of the people who are watching, they were part of this coalition. Fairly or unfairly, as you always say. On the sidelines. They were not fully engaged in the political dispensation, in the struggle. Why, Musa? I pushed back by saying, I was part of the group. You don't talk these people who were not participating, going out there in the open and saying things in support of the fight, somehow were supporting Yahya Jammeh, or they were sitting on the sidelines. I beg to differ after all these years to understand that, Musa, some of those people who went to Gambia silently and were not involved in the fight actually did come back and give us information about the status quo. And that was how we were able to get the information and go out there and speak out. So in a nutshell, we missed the system change. We had a coalition. It was fast. It was quick, the way it was set up. And we'll talk about that as we continue in the program. But essentially, we just failed by implementing those reforms. And that would have been the system change that we wanted. And so we saw it fitting to come up with the name Coalition for System Change. We had a coalition in 2016, but now we want to implement those reforms that we wanted in the next government. If we form a grand coalition and we go out to the elections and actually sell the idea to the people. Again, Musa, I have to be honest, I'm not naive. People are skeptical as a result of what we have gotten ourselves into. We formed a coalition, things fell apart. But my point is, Gambians don't want to understand it. Coalition being a skepticism for those people who are. Adama Barrow also was able to form a coalition. That's how he won the election in 2021. I believe they were stealing, but he won the election. So in a nutshell, this is what we're thinking of bringing. You form a coalition for system change. That should be our focus. Those basic reforms, implement. Most notably of which is the draft constitution. We all put our $116 million into, and then we let it fall apart. Adama Barrow Jelko, Saniko in the dustbin by giving money and bribing these National Assembly members who were selfish. Ñu jël li nga xamne loolu lañ mom Gambia yep mom ko mu war ñu yobu in a different direction, and they threw it away. So that is the first thing that I think we need to start thinking about, making sure you implement ko. Since you implemented, the Gambia would be moving in a different direction, Musajin.
Saul, coalition for system change. of course, based on the experience we had in 2016, 2021, obviously, we were not able to form a coalition. And come 2026, you said something like the missing piece was reforms. You said something like building of the guardrails. So what I'm going to attempt to do is to give a summary of coalition building and alliances going all the way back to independence. Now, again, I'm going to miss some points. So some of you guys that are watching, you may be able to feel the missing pieces, but I'm going to attempt, because it's always important. The list are very important. Pasaka, linyom sol buga def. By going back to see how it evolved, dinañu jox an idea the difficulty or the complexity or the missteps that he's talking about. Going back to coalition Dorudrek, just Dimba. When I was listening to MC Charm and he was talking about just the dawn of independence, how parties and political individuals, players, were kind of forming alliances. He talked about how PPP, and there was this Ebinjai, he had a party too. They formed an alliance.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of political parties and individuals coming together for trying to get either numerical advantage or regional, it's always been there. Fast forward to PPP was in power for almost 30 years. They dominated the political landscape. Their major opposition party at that time was the United Party under PS Njai. Later on, there was a fallout between Sirif Mustafa Diba and the PPP. He resigned from the PPP and formed the NCP.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's always been an alliance between the NCP and the UP. Most of the UP players, they ran under an NCP ticket. Dudu Tal was one of them, Banjul South. Jibujan in Serakunda running under NCP. So this idea of parties coming together to find numerical advantage has always been part of the calculus. But it became a little bit more prominent after the ousting of Jammeh, the ousting of Jawara, the coup d'etat of 1994. We all know what happened. Jammeh came to the barrel of the gun, and basically Jawara was sent packing. And the first thing that he did, this is why it's always important to see how sometimes political parties will act to get an advantage. He decided to ban the PPP, ban the NCP. These were two parties that were very formidable, and he knew at the time they could be a threat to the APRC. So he banned them. So in 1996, prior to 1996, these two political parties were banned. Guys like Omar Amadou Jallo, Landing Jallo Sonko, all of those people, good number of them were not allowed to participate in the electoral process in 1996. The other person that was banned was Sirif Mustafa Diba. The only party that wasn't banned was Doi and Jammeh, obviously, knowing that maybe Doi was not an electoral threat. So Doi wasn't banned in 1996. Fast forward, PPP was banned, NCP was banned. A calculation was made by those players also that, okay, now this is a chess game. Let's come together and form a new party. And that's how UDP came about. The players of the PPP and the NCP, with some other non-affiliated individuals, came together and formed the UDP to contest against the APRC. So that's why most people would tell you, UDP Sibopamsa is an alliance of political parties, mainly PPP and NCP. So they went into the elections in 1996. We all know what happened. Obviously, APRC, the incumbency, Amgare Nguri Soldar, Jammeh was able to win. Then fast forward to the 2000, as we got ready for the 2001 presidential elections, Jammeh knew that, okay, let me make this thing very difficult for them. He decided to unban both the NCP and the PPP as well. Both parties were unbanned. And his calculation was, let me harama bayi ñi ñom ñu ñew And by doing that, that could pretty much maybe neutralize the UDP. But it didn't work out. So an attempt was made. Sorry, Sol is back. Sol, you still here? An attempt was made to form an alliance as they got ready for the 2001 elections. We remember a meeting was held at the YMCA. Omar Amadou Jallow was there, Alhaji Ousainou was there, Sirif Mustafa Diba was there as well. And Doi was absent in that particular meeting. But just to tell you how difficult and complex alliances are. When they went into the meeting, Sirif Mustafa Diba coming into that meeting, basically assuming that, look, I was the major opposition party for the past 2-3 election cycles. And that is true. NCP was the main opposition party, if you want to call it the biggest opposition party. So his assumption was he should be the one leading any kind of an alliance. People like Omar Amadou Jallow wouldn't have any of that. And they decided, obviously, because they have a history with NCP, most of these PPP players, Landing Jallow Sonko. So they all endorsed Alhaji Ousainou Darboe. Here you have a newcomer. I mean, Alhaji Ousainou was always seen as like a non-partisan kind of candidate. I mean, he wasn't part of the PPP, so he came into it without any stain of any sort. So Omar Amadou Jallow endorsed Alhaji Ousainou for 2001 to be the presidential candidate for the coalition. Sirif Mustafa Diba walked out of that coalition talks. Man, me, I wouldn't have any of that. Man, ma wara neka candidate be, I am who's been there. He walked away.
Wow.
So we ended up going into 2001, a very formidable alliance between the PPP and also the newly formed United Democratic Party. But don't forget, you still have Ahmad Ba, a newcomer. A party was formed in 1996 too, NRP. And Doi was also in the flanks. Now, the meeting that was held at the YMCA, they did not think Doi was that important electorally. So they were pretty much, kind of marginalized. And, Doi has a way of coming into something and say, let's go through a process. They wouldn't have any of that. They wanted to come in and pretty much have a candidate. And as far as the OGs of the world were concerned, they wanted Alhaji Ousainou to be the candidate. And they had their candidate. And it was a formidable coalition. NCP went on their way under Sirif Mustafa Diba, and they contested the 2001 elections. Diba did so badly. I don't think he even got 1% of the votes. Unfortunately, the PPP UDP alliance, and they were using all their former ministers. What's his name? Jane was the one responsible for Saloum. The guy was well liked, well known in that area. Then you have the James Alkali Gay. He was also in the Foni. And then you have Amadou Jallow. So they seriously built up a very strong coalition to contest against APRC and Jammeh. But like we always say, incumbency, and of course, that time the country was pretty much a police state, if you want to call it that. It was a very difficult election. But people thought that Ousainou was going to win. The crowd, there was this meeting coming from the provinces into the greater Banjul area. Oh my God. People thought Jammeh was history. And this was in 2001. He couldn't pull it off. I think the best he did was either 32%, something like that. At that time, and again, I know the reason why we're going back is to give people this whole talk about alliance, how it started. Context. It matters. And the difficulty that you guys are also going to be confronted with. Because the same issues are still there. So after 2001, Jammeh realizing that time we have a second round of voting. You have to win with an absolute majority. He decided to go ahead, go to the National Assembly, make the amendment to remove it so that we are back to winner takes all. A calculated move. And another thing happened. Sirif Mustafa Diba, after that, went and joined the APRC and became the speaker.
Really?
So this whole idea, when you see people moving from one party to another, I know my good friend, and of course, all of us disappointed in him, and that is
Dr. Ismaila Cisse.
Ismaila Cisse. I mean, this is not a new phenomenon. I mean, politicians have always made those kind of moves. You know? So there you have it. 2001, Jammeh won. The amendment to the constitution was made. And then after the 2001 elections, the diaspora decided that, you know what? I think we're going to get in the game. This idea of not having a complete coalition of all parties is the reason why we lost in 1996 and is the reason why we lost in 2001. So if we are going to be able to confront Jammeh, we have to have a coalition of all the parties. And this is what led to the formation of NAD in 2006. This was spearheaded by the diaspora. We brought them here to Atlanta, Georgia. The meeting was held at Morehouse. All the stakeholders were there. Out of that meeting, there was an organization called Save the Gambia Democracy Project. When I see some of your guys, the same elements, the same players, they were part of that group that spearheaded the effort from the diaspora. Well, we all know how that movie turned out. Even though NAD was a serious threat to Jammeh, people will tell you there were few National Assembly elections, by-elections that were held, that NAD was able to win the majority of votes. But before we got to 2006 presidential election, NAD disintegrated. It disintegrated because who is going to lead the coalition? That has always been the big elephant in the room. I'm not going to get into who said what, who did what. That is not going to help with what you guys are trying to do. But at the end of the day, it failed because they were not, in as much as they had an agreement, a memorandum of understanding that was signed by all the stakeholders. But when it came down to Kan Moy lead, Kan Moy nekk suñ candidate, it didn't work out. There was the trust issue. They were talk about building guardrails. What you see in 2016, that was shown in 2006. The memorandum of understanding you saw in 2016 was the same MOU from 2006, with slight differences here and there. And one of the things that they did in 2016 that wasn't done in 2006 was, in 2006, the candidate to become the flag bearer was supposed to be done on a consensus basis, meaning you never talk, okay, ni nakala, keyboard lead. The most important part, as far as they were concerned, let's make sure that we have a platform we all embrace. And the system change that you guys are talking about. We're not only coming together to win an election, but to change the system. And then the second phase was, we can, using consensus, to find a candidate who would represent the coalition. But remember, there has always been this politics. The United Democratic Party, considering itself as the largest party, they've always believed, even prior to 2006, that the only viable coalition should be a party-led coalition. Supporters will makes it easier for us to defeat the incumbent. Bro, mutual to this. Demba. So that has always been in their calculation. Union Oppo supporters. So why don't you guys come and join us? It makes it much easier, and then we can get rid of Jammeh. The Halifa Salahs of this world did not subscribe to that. They always said, no, the only kind of coalition we can support is program-led. Let's all sit together, find a platform that we will all embrace, take it to the Gambian people, and then we can find a candidate who is going to be to run under an independent ticket, not a party ticket, so that we will have a stake in it. In 2006, they kind of tried to walk around it, but the mistrust was always there, and that's what led to the disintegration. Fast forward 2011. In 2006, we all know what happened. Jammeh won by pretty much a landslide.
Yeah.
Because we didn't get our act together. I mean, Halifa ran on the NAT, and then Ahmad Ba, politics, there is always strange bedfellows. Ahmad Ba went ahead and supported Mr. Dabo. So they worked together. And UDP's calculation won at that time. In 2001, Ahmad Ba get 8% of the votes. Okay. Obviously, SMDBA did not get that much. UDP got about, I think, either 29 or 30 something percent. So they thought the only party that they needed
You said about 32%.
32%. So
Yeah.
the only party that they needed numerically was Ahmad Ba. They thought that Ahmad Ba with his support, and also, let's not fool ourselves. Ahmad Ba was basically getting a lot of fuller votes, Mboki Demai, you know, and he thought, so UDP's calculation went one day, if you bring Ahmad Ba, then we can help numerically and also regionally, we will be able to defeat Jammeh. The calculation was there, but it did not work out. They ended up, this was the 2006. Khalifa Saleh was the only one left standing. Most of the people walked away from NAT. So he ended up for the first time running under a NAT ticket. They didn't do any better anyway. 2011.
And this was 2011 when Khalifa ran, right?
No, 2006. 2006.
Yes.
It was 2006. What happened in 2011, UDP, they went ahead and said, look, we're not going to do any of that. You know, we're not going to get into this alliance talk again, because the only reason we lost in 2006, we spent so much time and energy, you know, we're just going to go it alone. They ended up having Mai Fati as an alliance partner. And then Doi and Ahmad Ba, like I said, Ahmad Ba in 2006 was with UDP. Now he comes and said, okay, Doi, I like your formula. Let's go through a primary process of some sort, knowing fully well that he could pretty much angle to be the candidate. They formed the United Front, and Ahmad Ba became the candidate for the United Front against the UDP and Mai Fati. We all know what happened in 2011. In the absence of a complete coalition, it did not work. And UDP did very badly. I think they ended up with 17% of the votes. I mean, the United Front, 17? The United Front didn't do any better. They got something like 11% of the votes. And Jammeh, oh my God, won like 70-something% of the vote, something like that. You're talking about a landslide victory, and this was in 2011. Fast forward to 2016. Supposedly, we learned our lessons with all the mistakes, all the calculations, all the assumptions. Sumajile Kini would get, like in 2006, UDP thinking, if I bring Ahmad Ba with his 8% and the fuller base, then they can help us win. All right. And in 2011, Ahmad Ba thinking, if I join Doi, do my thing, then it can help us at least. All those calculations, they realized it didn't work. Again, in 2016, Mota, I always tell Pasamba, Yalla Sadaf New Japale. Somehow, there were a lot of moving parts. People will tell you the reason we came together is because of this and that and that. You know, some will say it's because of solo sending. That's why we were able to come together. Some will say it's because of D30. We came and confronted Jammeh. That's why. Yeah, you know, people can go and make all these causations. We came together. People would say because of Alhaji Usainu went to jail. That's why we were able to come together. Whether it's fairly or unfairly, people will make those kind of assumptions. But whatever happened, in 2016, all the moving parts came in place. We were able to have a coalition of all the parties for the first time, all of them.
Except Mama Kande.
Except Mama Kande. And that oh yeah, I forgot Mama Kande completely. Because now all of a sudden he became a big player.
Yes.
Because in 2000 I think his first run was in 2016, correct?
Correct. That I remember. I think he was a National Assembly member, and then he had a fallout with Jaya, right?
Under the APRC ticket. People were always really suspicious of Mama. You know, now whether is he just somebody that Jammeh just put in there to confuse the opposition. But
we also said the same thing about Ahmad Ba. Even in 2016, there was no suspicion of Ahmad Ba, right?
They always used to say that. I still remember Ahmad Ba having an interview on Fatu Network, and when people were always and unfairly too, because Ahmad Ba was arrested and taken to Mile 2. Really, I mean, people just for whatever reason they didn't trust Ahmad Ba. I remember that interview being on Ahmad yo legi APR singer. You were like a munema kuko wax fay dul.
Why Musa? Bala ñoo may demba suma brother bi mu ñew buñ faté né there's a little history about Yaya Jammeh si jikom bi ni. su fekkee ne daf la bugga, and I see that in Adama Barrow to some extent, dañ laa jël yóbbu la jail, try to make things difficult for you, and then negotiate with you, which is why we were having this suspicion about Ahmad Ba, that him having gone to jail may have been a violation of his rights, but did Yahya Jammeh recruit him to become a decoy that would provide him information as well as protect him?
That was very unfair, because he wasn't the only one taken to jail. Khalifa was taken to jail as well.
Correct. OJ went to jail too, right?
OJ went to jail the same time.
Yep.
This was, like I said, this was during the NAT days, after just before the 2006. Jammeh was really scared that NAT could really bring him down. So that's when all these things happened. But anyway, very quickly, 2016, we were able to get the right formula. We thought all the parties were in it together. The mistrust was always there, but somehow, with the help of God, we were able to forge and allow this coalition to move forward. And Mama Kande, some of us thought Mama Kande not even joining could derail things, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise.
Absolutely.
And then, so here we are, Saul. This is the history of alliances going all the way back to the dawn of independence. It's difficult. People, it's always going to be strange bedfellows. Politicians are going to follow their interests. Parties are going to follow their interests. They can talk about democracy, system change, most of the time, they're joking, what's in it for me?
Correct.
What can be done to help me electorally? So, knowing what you know now, having a history, because there are a lot of viewers, some of these young kids, these young cats don't really know what happened.
Correct.
2021, we were not able to have a coalition. We all know whatever coalition that we are talking about was actually done by Barrow and his team. All the other parties came and joined Barrow, and some would tell you NPP is an alliance of parties, especially you have NRP in there in the mix, and then you have smaller parties, and then the APRC out of nowhere. That is again, strange bedfellows. Who would have thought a UDP candidate like Adama Barrow would be having an alliance with APRC? I mean, unbelievable. That is driven by nothing more than self-interest. Fabakary Tombong Jatta, knowing fully well Jammeh his history, they made their move. Come 2026, something has to be done. It's going to be interest-driven, but that's the challenge that you guys have. Saul. I'm going to allow Bemba to...
It's a puzzle, Musa. Bala brother Deba Dinyo. This is a book, Musa. This is a historic book that you could lecture in the university, you could lecture in the elementary schools, because this is about who we are and how we have gotten to this point. And nothing would save our country except that we have a political system that works for the best interest of our country. And the intricacies of all you've explained, Musa, just goes to tell you the bottom line. What we can take from this is a coalition is necessary, because coalitions have been in our history for all these years. That when we don't have a coalition, chances are the incumbent wins. But we have to be honest that the politicians who would be forming that coalition also have their self-driven interest. And Musa, you forgot this. The fact that we were able to bring ourselves together in 2016 may have been that one equation, which is everybody set aside their self-interest and looked at the interests of the country. But the main reason why it happened was because we were at the precipice of a complete takedown by Yahya Jammeh, who was maiming and killing our people. That was the one piece or recipe that we were actually fighting against. But we don't have that now, so to speak. Should we think about the way we approach this new dispensation that we want to create? With that, I'm going to pass it over to my brother, Demba.
So there are a lot of questions there from the commentators that I think it'll be very important, Saul.
Yes.
For you to specifically delve into it, because people are asking questions. The Suleiman
Correct.
Day, there was another gentleman, but I'm going to allow my man here to come in. Brother Demba, what happened?
Yes, sir. Father Mos, Nadef.
Bro.
Brother Saul, Nadef, Nakam. I apologize, man. I always messed up the time. Musa, I was thinking it's 11 a.m. our time. we're behind the wall. So, but yeah, thank you very much for having me, Musa, to join this, platform today. I mean, I don't know, this is a daunting task. I don't know if I can fill the shoes of Pasamba Chao and the Sadia Maran, obviously, but happy belated birthday to Pasamba, obviously, and to my man, Honorable Halifa Salah.
Yes.
Just wanted to say that. But yeah, thank you for having me. I'm happy to join, be a part of the discussion, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I see. I mean, like I said, Bus now, he's kind of pushing back to one statement that I made, that Doi was the only party not banned because they were not seen as culturally threatening. So Bus is saying Doi was not banned not because they were not a political threat. They challenged the regime from day one, and the other parties should have done the same, but instead, majority of them took political lead, except for very few individuals. Yes, Bus, seriously, Doi did challenge the regime. But when everything is, Demba, voice a little bit, we have a noise. But Bus, let's be honest, the only reason that Doi wasn't banned, Jammeh and the APRC did not see Doi as a threat. They thought the people that monopolized the politics for 30 years was the PPP gang, the Omar Amadou Jallos, the Sehu Sabalis, Landing Jallo Sonko. Those are the people that he saw as a threat. So that's why he banned the PPP. I mean, it was a calculated move. I mean, obviously, Sirif Mustafa Adiba NCP was the main opposition party for years, getting almost close to 30% of the vote. The very votes that UDP is getting now, that used to belong to Sirif Mustafa Adiba. And that's why NCP was banned as well. So, we can disagree here and there. But at the end of the day, I believe, as far as the APRC is concerned, at that time, Jammeh's calculation, let them intellectualize affair, but now ban and I can easily win. And that's exactly what he did. Correct. But Saul, you guys are basically trying to do what happened in 2016. Mm-hmm. And the fundamental question that people are asking, how do you intend to do it? We went through 2016. We came together. This is what Suleiman Jeng asked. Let me bring it up.
Yeah.
How will the political system change be different from that of 2016? Nakala Ute. How will it be different?
Thank you very much, Suleiman Jeng. Musa, so you will be reading these questions to me because it's hard for me to see the questions, but just read them. Mm-hmm. Suleiman Jeng is asking a fundamental question. When we were forming Coalition for System Change, this question was reverberating in every aspect of our conversation. People are here who are part of our network who would attest to what I'm just saying. Why are we forming a coalition for system change, and how is this going to be different from what we had in 2016? And the fatigue that people have, because obviously, yes, we removed the despot, we removed the dictator, but the system hasn't changed. So how is this going to be different from what happened before? Musa, so let me begin with this, and then I'm going to pivot and talk about what we have come up with in terms of our mission and vision and the introduction of Coalition for System Change. Let's not forget, Musa, that ñun Gambians suñ boppa, in the diaspora and those on the ground, we may have actually self-inflicted and failed ourselves because lo xew mooy ne dañ taana ñoo xam ne ñoom lañ yaakaar pour ñu represent ñu. Again, you're talking about these politicians who calculate what is in it for them. And we went to sleep. That's one major problem. That's one issue that we created. But the people will always say, that's not enough. So we have to come up with something that is going to be convincing to the majority of us. But Hamgalu Hew Musa, in the past 3 months, for us members in the diaspora, especially Suleiman Jeng, that is where we find ourselves. You have a Donald Trump who is the president right now. We all see what is happening. There's a 10% tariff on Gambia, a poor nation like us. How do we compete? But what is the reason why this is happening in this country and in the Western nations today? It's because, number one, we have elected people who have failed our countries. Our young people are desperate. They're frustrated. They take the back road. They're flying and taking every other avenue to get to these Western countries that are developed. And by default, the people in those countries are seeing these young people coming in. They're like, hold on just a minute. We may be a country that is a melting pot, for instance, the United States, but we damn straight don't want to involve accepting anyone who comes into this country, because some of these people could be criminals. And more importantly, our social programs are going to be impacted if all we do is just open the floodgates and everybody comes in. So my point is, this is one thing that has come to us, which is a benefit. If we see the chaos, we should, then we can talk about this. The people who are business-minded like yourself, Musa Jeng, who works in a corporation, whenever there's a crisis, there's an opportunity. The point now is, we all know that we have a major problem. We put a president there, and our young people are taking flight and coming here to these countries. And these countries are now deporting them back to our home country. There's crime in our country. Bottom line, what are we going to do to make sure that we have some semblance of peace in our country, where we can develop our economy, produce products, and encourage our young people to be much more involved in the development of our country, to go to school, to keep kids in school, to change their minds, to give them confidence and hope. Foog naa ne foofu lañu war a waxtaane, because suñ ko defut fii du baax fële du baax fi ñoo jëm.
So
yes,
Bilahi, I think the youngest sidestep question.
No, I'm coming to it.
You're talking about memory. You're talking about the difficulty, whatever policies, betrayal, all of that, kids flying out of Gambia. That has always been the case. The question is, in 2016, we came together. All right? It was seen as the way to remove Jammeh, remove dictatorship, and bring a new dispensation. And let's be clear about one thing. We are at a better place. There is a semblance of democracy. People are not getting killed or murdered. People are not getting deported. People like you and me for 20-something years, now you know them, now you get them. And it doesn't mean Barrow created it. The change created it. So the question that people are asking, the very betrayal that happened, what are the guarantees? This lady asked, somebody asked.
No, Suleiman Jeng won't like the first question. We have to answer that first.
Another question was, can Saul and his team explain with specifics how a new coalition and hopefully ushering a new government in 2026 will deliver a system change and not just a regime change? In other words, are we just going to replace Barrow with Musa Jeng, or replace Barrow with Alaji Usainu Dabo, or replace Barrow with Demba Balde, and then it's just business as usual? Because that can easily happen the moment you get elected. Barrow, it was 3 years. I mean, come on, the constitution says 5 years. He became an executive president. Why in God's name should we go through a coalition to remove Barrow and replace him with the same thing? What are the guarantees that that is not going to happen?
So, thank you very much, Musa, for coming back and reframing the question again. I was going to get to that, but you have to give Gambians, we have to have a context. This is our culture. You're having a context explaining the reason why coalitions have always been here. That is nothing new. Musa Jeng, the guardrails that we need to put in place to make sure that this happens this time around includes, number one, we are having a coalition that is going to be a facilitator. Number one, the facilitation of what we're going to do is, as you just mentioned, Keba Foon is on the ground. We're going to engage all of these political parties and ask them what kind of Gambia they want. Obviously, they know, but the average Gambians may also be able to tell us what kind of Gambia they want. We all know that. Now, we should be able to engage these organizations, civil society groups, not necessarily just the political parties. We have been in conversation with civil society groups. Those are called the pressure groups. They will put together what they want to see in a government that comes up. The conversation should be, the Coalition for System Change is not going to tell any political party what they must do. We're going to facilitate the process where we will have a committee that is going to be having somebody who is well-respected, well-honored, who would be there to oversee whatever memorandum of understanding we're going to bring. And then you're going to say this, Musa, we have had memorandums of understandings before. The one caveat that we're going to add to the equation is we're going to have what we call a mass movement group. This mass movement group will not only include members from our group, but every other participant will have a member or some members in that mass movement group. That mass movement group, as we had the discussion on the sidelines yesterday, would be the ones that's going to go through the shaft and see what candidates we will need. Okay, and again, this is going to be in the discussion. It's not set in stone, but these are the things that we've been putting together. You then talk, you build some policy. We have our mission and vision of what we want to see when we sit down to form a coalition. Bottom line, Musa, all roads are going to lead to 2026, where we have coalition of all of these opposition parties that are in line with what we believe. Most of our aspects and the things we believe in are going to cross paths. There would be some differences. Fine-tuning those things shouldn't be difficult. But the bottom line is, how do we make sure that we don't have pitfalls where people are going to walk away? And that is where the independent individual who we pick as the arbiter would be able to bring all of our minds together and talk about how we do this. Moving forward, let's say we have a coalition, because that's what the question is asking. If we have a coalition and we have an elected president, what guarantees do we have that we wouldn't have the repeat of what we already have? That is where the conversation is going to go deep into how we protect those investments. If we have any success in having a coalition and we succeed in defeating Adama Barrow, then how do we protect that investment? The protection of that investment would be the mass movement group's intention of making sure that everybody would abide by what we agreed on. There's another equation to this, Musa. Who is going to be, because this question is going to come, who are we going to select? We have a constitution that puts the guidelines of saying for somebody to become a president, they must have to meet this criteria. Then the coalition that is formed must also come up with a criteria to add to that criteria of the constitution to say we want somebody who is competent, somebody who is honored and respected, that they would hold up the integrity of the office of the presidency, that this person has some experience, they are respected, they are valued, and these are some of the fundamental keys that we will be talking about. Again, we're not going to impose those things, but our recommendation would be, ideally, Coalition for System Change wants this, we want this, and we want this. Among those things would be the reforms. How do we make sure that we do those reforms? I mentioned this, Musa. The one thing we have a coalition, the discussion should be, how do we bring back the draft constitution? Because if we put the draft constitution of 2020 on the table and have it passed, everything changes.
You know what?
So, Musa,
but Saul, listening to your answers, I am not sold. I'm not convinced. You have not been able to specifically say whatever guardrails are going to be put in place. Whoever got elected, let's say you guys have a coalition and SFL is the candidate. He became the president. What is going to stop him? You haven't been able to say that. Mass mobilization. What is stopping you guys to have mass mobilization to make sure Barrow respected whatever betrayal he had back in 2016? The mass mobilization you're talking about, you can always say that, but whether it will happen in reality, so they may win election Gambia. I can guarantee you are it. But anyway, Demba, come on.
No. Musa, let me answer. Let me clarify this. Bala Demba, Demba, can you mute? You asked a very good question, Musa. If I were to say to you as Coalition of System Change that these are the things that we're going to put in place and this is what we want, they were not facilitators, so to speak. I am telling you, Musa, those points you've raised, these are very critical and important points. We want to sit down and hear what these people want, and then we want to tell them what we want. But this important question that you have about somebody else being selected and they go about doing whatever they want, exactly. Those are the things that we have to sit down and say, these are the conditions that we want implemented so that we don't have a repeat of Adama Barrow. Now, if I start telling you them we are not going to be able to have anything else but this, then we're not going to allow the conversation to happen. That's Lulala explaining. Great point, great question.
Let's allow them, but I know in 2016, people signed on a dotted line, a memorandum of understanding. When everything was said and done, you between No,
Musa, to be honest with you, I'm going to find out. that memorandum of understanding was never signed.
Okay, that's another debate. Man, it's not an MOU that was signed.
No, I'm telling you from somebody who told me that they never signed the memorandum of understanding.
Adama Barrow signed as an independent candidate.
No. I'm talking about the memorandum of understanding of the implementation.
Why would Adama Barrow became? You have to understand one thing.
Yeah.
That memorandum of understanding included this idea of each party coming up with 70 delegates. That memorandum of understanding indicated the person has to resign from a party and run on an independent ticket. That did not just came out of the blue. It was in the MOU that they agreed to. So Bulma Fine signed
it. Musa Harama clarifies, you understand. You're right about that part. The other part is the 3 years and how the government was going to be run. That understanding, I am told, was never signed.
Which I can look. There is a reason why, if in National Assembly election, there was different. UDP said the tactical alliance. They did not say participate. Yes, that did not happen.
Correct.
There is a detail that did not happen. Can you imagine? This happened in October. The elections were to be held in December. They did not have enough time. But there was something. The most important part. That MOU that bind them together, that talked about the 3 years, that talked about the, how the person is going to be chosen. Because you remember, that has always been the problem. Flag bearer be, nakalenko selected. And that is the big elephant in the room.
There was supposed to be a committee who oversee that memorandum. But Manluma Dega Moine, it was hastily done. And they went with the intention the Swinbine election, they will sign it, and they never did.
They're excusing the betrayal. There was a betrayal. That's what happened. It's not like hastily done. This thing was done. We all went into it eyes wide open. It did not happen. When the elections were over, people were saying, win because of our numbers. Other people, Adama Barrow saw an opportunity, go, hey, you are the executive president, and he did what he had to do. That's what it is. The question is, why would the Gambian people go through another alliance just to replace a regime? That's the problem. Tell us how, in God's name, are we going to be able to replace the system? Demba.
Yes, thank you very much, Musat, and thank you, Saul. I think we have a very, very, very important discussion here, and obviously a lot of people are listening. A lot of people are asking questions. In a democracy, the vehicle for change is through political parties. Okay, so if you talk to Halifa Sallah today, he would say, go and organize yourself, go form your political party, and come to the table. In my view, Saul, and in the view of a lot of people that I talk to, a coalition for system change is really, it's a dream that you guys have. It's a dream. I think what the Gambian people are looking for is what common theme. What do we have to rally the Gambians around? Because if you're talking for a coalition, they can go and form a coalition with Barrow. That's a coalition too, right?
Yeah.
The one that you have right now. They're looking for something that. What is the common theme that the Gambians want to rally around? The kind of political change that we want. Because so you guys have to understand that we have an executive system of governance. Once you are elected into office, now you have the executive power to hire, to fire, to do anything that you want. And once your National Assembly is elected, they can vote in any way they want. That outside groups, we don't have control over that unless we are more organized. And right now, we are not organized enough. I am telling you that we are not organized enough, that we need to organize and then bring in institutional changes. For example, right, we started talking about allowing the Gambian diaspora to vote. And a lot of Gambians, almost, you can measure it. Overwhelming majority of Gambians agree that diaspora should vote. Why are we not fighting for that first? Why are we not fighting for a new constitution first? Instead, we are going for the easy target, which is, okay, we haven't even learned our lessons from 2016. Okay? And those wounds are very, very, Musa was just talking about it. Those wounds are very, very fresh still in a lot of people's mind. There's a lot of political divide in Gambia. The politics is what divides us. But we as a people have not been able to rally around the very cause that we need to take us to the next level. And we believe that the diaspora body and franchising the diaspora is one of the major issues that people can rally around. Having a new constitution is one of the major issues. I think that instead of mobilizing people for a coalition, right now on the ground, we should have been mobilizing people for us to get a new constitution. right? I mean, because you cannot convince a lot of people that Barrow shouldn't be running for for a third term. That's the question you should rally, Gabriel. Listen, Barrow is not supposed to run for a third term. You form a coalition, you're going to have a split of two. Other people are going to join the NPP. Other people would join the UDP. And at the same time, I mean, UDP is sitting down and saying, listen, we were cheated the last time. I think this time around we're going to win. We're going to win. I mean, it's very difficult for you to convince those, that majority party that, they are not going to win the next elections. So I mean, where do this conversation start? And the personalities involved is another question as well. So I think you have a daunting task around. But I mean, I think that critical movement that you are talking about, working with civil society on the ground and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I think that's where the groundwork needs to happen. That's where it needs to happen. Because right now, I mean, your movement for coalitions, whether you know it or not, there is a lot of suspicion that there is a lot of motive behind a lot of those people that are trying to form a political party or rally behind a political party and go and contest elections. So it's going to be very difficult for you to mobilize Gambians right now to come to the table for for another coalition. And obviously we saw the mistakes that we made on the ground. Obviously you mentioned it earlier. We walked away, but so we do not have any legal instrument. We don't have any movement. We are not registered. We were not at the table. And you cannot just be, all of us cannot be at the table. So we have to organize ourselves, mobilize ourselves in order to be able to, you go to Halifa Saleh today and you start engaging about a coalition. I mean, you're going to have a whole bunch of questions. He's going to say, look in the mirror and see what can you do. The executive system of governance is what we need to tackle. No matter if SFL becomes the president or whoever comes to president as a coalition candidate, they can do whatever they want after the change. So,
okay, Musa, I'm gonna clean up what I was trying to get at, because again, Tukulorsi asked a question, and this is why. So, first of all, we the people, Coalition for System Change, in our quest for a much better nation, wish to strive for a transparent, lawful, honest, and elevated society. A society that sees only one Gambia. A society that says Gambia Bena Rekla, Gambia Goto, Gambia Fok Olingo, Gambia Yakun, Gambia killing, Gambia can killing. The country is divided right now. I mentioned the fact that what we have happening here in the United States will have rippling effects in our country. When these kids are deported back to our home country and a 10% tariff is put on our country. You know why we're having all these problems? It's because we have a government that is not functioning for the people, by the people, because we have a 1% out of 99% of us that is enjoying all the goods at our expense. How do we change that narrative, Musa? Nakalañ muna jene that narrative. Okay, Abraham Lincoln, here in Hagerstown where I live, there's a big board out there that says a house divided will fall. It will not stand. We have a country that is a house divided. Halifa Saleh lan la dee wax ke bu amul défense dafa tas, amuñ dépense ñu ngi leb to the extent that in 2024, we had $123 billion in loans. Hold on, Musa, hold on. Hamnala, I know you. What deglul. What deglul?
No, Neymar, I need to bring this back to where it belongs.
Yeah.
We're not talking about having problems with the policies of the sitting government, whether I'm named loans or whether I'm on loans, whether they've named me or they've named me. That is not the issue at hand.
Then we shouldn't be contesting for elections. Then we should let Adama Barrow run. No. Then why don't we let Adama Barrow run for 2026 and become president?
Let's get to the difficult questions.
Correct.
I'm going to mean sidestepping it and talking about policy prescriptions, what works, why Gambians are leaving Gambia. I mean, lol du waji. Hangalan moy waji. You guys form an organization. You want to facilitate to bring a coalition of all the parties, because like
no,
me.
the APRC and NPP bogunsi. Don't put all the parties, man.
No,
NPP and APRC, they're not part of this coalition.
No, Degluma. What I'm talking about, opposition parties.
Thank you.
I am of the belief, obviously you guys don't want to form a coalition with NPP. Or
Well,
APRC.
you never know when you say that you want to form a coalition with NPP, Musa.
With who?
When you say it the way you said it, it's vague.
You know why a lot of people tune in today? They want to have an understanding with specifics. What do you guys intend to do to facilitating a coalition to happen? And I want you to address this question. What kind of a coalition are you guys looking for? Is it going to be a party-led coalition? Is it going to be a coalition that we had in 2016? What kind of a coalition? And secondly, why should any of these parties in the Gambia listen to you guys? What do you bring to the table? Because you guys don't even represent the diaspora. You guys just came together and say, we have ideas, we're going to do coalition for system change. But what do you have? What are your qualifications? How do you sway? In other words, what's your political capital that you bring to the table? That a UDP will listen to you, or a Halifa Sallah will listen to you, or an SFR will listen to you. What do you guys have that these players, these stakeholders will listen to you? And what kind of a coalition that you guys are looking for? Can you tell the people that tune in specifically how you're going to go about that?
So, thank you again. I appreciate you because you got to push. This is not something that is everything to fall apart. You want to clarify. You want to make sure that the people understand and go home. You understand the leader. What na say boka parce que gomna ne understand na lu sol baji diwa. Okay? Yes. So Dr. Janyawe, he would say the same thing. So the question that you ask is the most key and fundamental. Lola wahne binyo formally we asked ourselves. If people ask us what is different between this system change or coalition that you're forming and the coalition we had in 2016. The difference, as I indicate, is number one, for the past year and a half, in Demon and Atlanta, we have been putting our policies and things together, learning from the lessons of what failed in 2016, which is the reforms that we didn't put in place. Now we're saying, the process, the way we're going to go about doing this is we are going to look at what failed the last time, which we all know, and now we're going to engage the political parties and civil society groups and tell them that is everybody together. That's our intent. You can come on the table and tell us what you want. We want to sit down and have a committee that is going to select our flag bearer. We don't want to impose on anybody, but this is ideally what we want. Select this.
Demba Yangfa.
Yeah, looks like we lost Saul.
So
Musa, some of the folks are asking if you're going to be allowing people to contribute, to come online and contribute, which I think it's important.
Yes, to close the link, I'm going to send it to you. Again, this is something that belongs to all of us. Look, let me say this so that people understand where I am coming from. Man, personally, I think it will be almost impossible to remove Barrow in the absence of an alliance. Man, I believe that. In the absence of a coalition of parties, Barrow is going to be re-elected. Man, Lola Gum. Now, I also know.
Musa, let me ask you a question. Why do you think Barrow should run for a third term in the first place? Why?
Let me say this. Personally, I don't think Barrow should run for a third term. Because again, that doesn't help our democratic process. Gambia needs a new beginning. I would love to see other candidates other than Barrow to run so that the Gambian people can go out there. In the absence of an incumbent, NPP could bring in another candidate. We have free and fair elections. Because, man, I'm not interested in replacing faces. Seriously. I don't care about replacing Barrow with Demba Balde. For the same old. What I care about, change is important. All right? To have a new beginning is important. It will help. But I also know, but I cannot talk Barrow because constitutionally he can run. I don't have control over that. What I have control over, knowing fully well that if parties come together and agree on a platform, will bring about the change that we need. I'm not naive. I know that it's very difficult.
Constitutionally, you said Barrow can run, but constitutionally, where does it constitutionally, where does it say that Barrow can run?
Don't tell me, bro.
I mean, no. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, I think
in 1990, hold on. In the 1997 Constitution, we don't have a term limit.
We don't have a term limit, but it doesn't also say we don't have a where it says that a president can run as many times as they want. So I mean,
no. Denver, let's not say Jantabi where bila.
No, Musa, what I'm trying to put across to you is that the constitutional excuse, Barrow was responsible. No, I mean, just wait. The Barrow was responsible for making sure that we have a new constitution that says that, that we specifically put in there that there is a term limit. If Barrow fails in that case, and this is where I think Nyomsol, Sen Group is going to have a lot of challenges, because I don't see you having a championing some of the issues that are going to rally the Gambian people around the table. Instead of, we're just going to, okay, let's do another coalition. We think we can replicate what happened in 2016, and therefore, I mean, we can have the same success. It's not going to happen, and it's not going to be easy. So I think we have to push. We have to push the government.
Your argument is, instead of talking about forming a coalition, your argument is we should spend our time, energy, and everything to pressure Barrow not to run.
Yes, and also the diaspora vote. The diaspora vote. Because furthermore, the diaspora vote is one thing that is going to rally Gambians across the world.
I agree.
Okay? Anybody who loves that country, anybody who loves the future of that country would be able to say, listen, I will put my time, into making sure that the diaspora is enfranchised. I'll put my time to make sure that we have a new constitution. These are the angles that we have to rally people around. You know why? We had a coalition in 2016, right? There was an existential threat to every Gambian, every political party saw themselves in that threat.
Correct.
That is why we were able to go. So, I mean, in the beginning of 2016, when we were talking about coalition, nobody thought we could ever form a coalition. So, Nyomsol, if you guys are interested really either, as Musa said, as a party-led coalition, or maybe as an independent candidate, as you are advocating right now, why not go to the majority party and say, what programs do you have to put on the table for other political parties to rally around the UDP if you want a UDP-led coalition? What programs? Start working with those people and say, put together something. Because right now, it's all we're doing is just talking, and there's no program that is put in place. A year from now, we're almost leading to elections. So in my view, we have to have a program that will rally Gambians. We have to have that critical mass. That is, the Gambians are going to say, listen, this is in my best interest, in the best interest of the country. Let's fight around it. And so you guys are not talking about diaspora voting at all. Your group is not talking about that at all. You're focused on a coalition. Go ahead.
Demba. So I apologize. I had this call. It's come for the second time. Hopefully I don't get a call again. So I apologize.
No,
yeah. So Lumaron answer moine fumboka yi deka di deglu. Understand nga? Ñun xam nañ ne a coalition is a fatigue situation. But at the same time, coalition be Adama Barrow form moo tax mu win election mu nekk fa président tey buñ faati loolu. Coalition yi ñoo wax ni Musa wax na ko several times ne suñ forman coalition we become formidable, we compete with Yaya Jammeh in the past. Suñ formud coalition, then we have individuals going on their own that brings back the incumbent to win the elections. Loolu nañ ko sóoraale si suñ boppa yi. The bottom line, when okay, your coalition, how are you going to make it different from 2016? The way we're going to make it different from 2016 is we never had Gambians in the diaspora. Musinyo talk to negotiate with these political parties, expressing our own fundamental interests. Musin ko def dañoo wax ne dem leen ngeen def coalition, dem leen ngeen def election. What we're saying that is going to be different today, I'm telling you right now that this has been in our conversation, that the driving force for us in the diaspora, whether you know it today, everybody can take this home. So we are going to make sure that we enforce the diaspora's ability to participate in the elections. That will be a fundamental thing. We will use that to raise funds. How are we going to convince other parties in the Gambia we are formidable for We're going to be able to raise funds. We have done this before. We are going to make sure that Gambians understand it. Yow doo jël $775 million of sa xaalis yónnee ko sa réew ñu jël ko di jël alal bi di ko pasare di jël xaalis bi di ko foyantu, and nobody is doing anything about that. Musa Jeng am na fa kër, man am naa fa kër, Demba Jallow, Demba Bale am na fa kër. If you go to Gambia, are you going to be at peace with yourself? There's insecurity in that country. So lu ñoo wax mooy ne we just don't want to sit down. Dañoo bëgg dem ñu engage these political parties, civil society groups, and we are in conversation with Coalition of Progressive Gambians, PNP, so many organizations. PASTEF, they're not. No one is exempt. Everybody who has formed some kind of entity, independent political parties, the likes of Ablai Jame, so NUP is a good friend of mine. We have been engaging all of these people, and the bottom line is we want to ask them, what do you want, and then would you be willing to participate in forming a coalition? What are your conditions? And then we table what we want. You tell you this time we are not sitting down there forming a coalition. That's one fundamental difference. In which case, in forming a coalition, what we are saying, Moine, we will have to agree to make sure that we seal all of these political parties to the fact that while we are going to be someone or an organization that is going to kind of bring all of these organizations together, ideally, we are going to tell them this is what we want. Our opportunity, this is what we want to see in a coalition. We present that and we discuss that. But we are going to make sure from our end, with all of these civil society groups, they will form what we want to call a mass movement group. That has been in the works. And we have been having conversations with these civil society groups. We formed this mass movement group, which was the missing piece. Lumadon Gema explained, being our like question about Memorandum of Understanding, Musa, and the missing piece which they didn't sign about the 3 years and all of that. Our intent, again, I'm saying that we enforce those, but soon get alone money, then a mass movement group. Make sure we protect that investment. President. We are going to agree. So some minister. It has to go through the process after you do your vetting. You said that this person would actually fit in as the position that is being offered. And you're not just single-handedly going to be able to say, I'm the executive, I'm a fire key. If you try to do that, then the mass movement would trigger and we will go off on the streets to participate in a demonstration, protest. What we agreed upon is being violated, such that the people can rise and say, we have no vote of confidence in you. The agreement that we have, we're not enforcing that. So, convince political parties in Gambia that we are formidable force. We are going to raise funds. That is an intent. We are putting all of the things in place. Gambians in Musa. I know this is an important question. Fee ñu nekk fii America fii. There's no guarantee ne Musa Jeng ki nekk citizen fii that Donald Trump will not one day come in and yank your citizenship from you. There's no guarantee for me. There's no guarantee. And as I don't mean those are citizens. Why you can guarantee that Donald Trump would not sign an executive order and saying those people who have been given citizenship were not going to get their citizenship again. Fan la ñoo dem in a country boo xam ne démb rek am na koo xam ne si boori Basse. I have the audio. I wanted to play it. They called this guy and told him to go report to them at the place. Mu jël bol cycle bi dem foofu noonu. They hung the guy. He recorded himself ne dañ ko one mu ñëw fii mu ñëw ba foofu noonu ne mbokkaam yi su ñëwee dinañ ko fa fekk. They did not take anything from this guy. They took the guy and hung him. How many of these incidents are we going to sit idly by? Ñu ko dégg muy happen suñu réew. Look at what is happening in Salaji. Look at what is happening in Salaji. That the government has the unilateral power to say, you built your house in this place. Physical planning gave you the papers. We are saying that you built your house in the wrong place. We're going to demolish it. Why aren't we going through the legal process? These are the things. This is why we are forming this coalition to bring people together. We are not going to contest. School like Kubuga Fogna coalition for system change, then you am candidate. No, we do not have a candidate. And we will never have a candidate. Our intent is to bring all of these political parties together to form a coalition and put the guardrails that will protect our interests. What are the fundamental things we want to do? we want to be able to make sure that we invest in the vulnerable people. Jigéen yi, xale yi nga xam ne ñu ngi jël the back way. How do we invest in these kids so that ñu mën a indi réew bu baax bu baax boo xam ne the number one first important thing boo xam ne you can turn around is the fisheries, agriculture, and all of these entities yoo xam ne dinañu isil jàmm. That's what I'm talking about. Loolu laay wax ne if we can form this coalition, and it's not a walk in the park, Musa, wax naa yow loolu. We're not going to go to the UDP and the UDP is a formidable force. But what I can guarantee you, Musa, if we tell the UDP we are 100% or at least 70% sure if you go to the elections against Adama Barrow and the NPP or APRC, that you will win the election. But why can't we just make sure we have 100% guarantee by forming a coalition whereby if we win the election, then, or if we go to the election, then there's a certainty that the people would rally behind us and we would take Adama Barrow out. What are these two options?
Demba munga ma wax ma
demal I didn't know you.
Assalamu alaikum. Sol Badji maa ngi leen di jaajëfal ci seen movement bi li ma bëgg rek mooy ñun as Gambians buñ toog rek ñu dismiss something that has come to us. Nañ try ñu déglu Sol I think where I am not agreeing with you, Ara, is where you are insisting on what Coalition for System Change is going to do. This is what we're going to tell them to do. This is what we want them to do.
No.
Sol, can I finish? Sol, can I finish?
Musa dina la explain le man dama wax ne ñun ideally di lañ buga.
Loolu la wax dama la dimbale because demba sa mang la xeexal so déglu ma rek. Man fi ma dee disagree ak yéen mooy ne you cannot insist when it comes to Gambian political parties. Most of us that are on this platform here right now, when it comes to Gambian political parties, since Yaya Jammeh especially, what I have learned is that politicians because we can make all the demands we want to make, but at the end of the day, Gambian constitution action MPBO, they didn't take those two documents seriously. Then there's nothing we can demand and implement the changes we want. That's one thing. The second thing is, I am so guarded this time. I want anything necessary to see Adama Barrow go. Bobu Mom is in my blood, 100%. Why? This is coalition 2016. Coalition 2016 was so unique that we didn't have time. We didn't have time to do anything differently. We did the best we could. And everybody, Takas and Malan, Takas and Tubey, so we cannot go back and say organizers of 2016, coalition 2016, what they didn't do right is what other movements are going to do. No movement is going to be able to do it right unless the politicians that win that election themselves are willing to do good by the people. Ñun fii lañ toog man dama ko daan bañ saabee jooy Musa Jeng suñ lifi ne ñoom Fatmata Tamba Jang su ñëwee si diaspora lifi ni ñu ne leen anti Fatmata ñun diaspora voting nag naka ñu ne it's your fundamental right to vote as Gambians. Di ngeen vote. They all promised it. All the elders of the coalition 2016 made that promise. Once coalition 2016 came to fruition, Benjugasi government, that was the last thing they thought about. Poor Coach Samba Jaw, you Gambia government to court. What happened with that? Politicians, you know what? Ñun mi nga xam ne ñun ñoo àndoon na Barrow disappointed ñun ñëpp ñu ngi ni dinañ dem ñu jàppale diaspora because we made that promise to them. Let's go and fight for them so they can vote. At the end of the day, when the diaspora vote, we're not going to vote for ourselves. We're going to vote for those same political parties. So lima la alifin, because the beauty of you guys actually being brave enough to come to this platform to talk about what your wish is. I want you guys to also take advice from people who played integral parts in all of these movements that brought coalition together. Just a second.
Yeah.
Musa Jeng mi nga gis ni. Gada ñene ko di ko fi para. Why Musa Jeng ken amul genu ko am experience when it comes to coalitions. Dama buga ngeen talk mu advice len how to do it right. Yen ni ngeen ko defé ni di wax ne yen li moy sen demands. Li ngeen di laajte political parties in Gambia sa dañ len di ré. So man, I want you guys to succeed, and the way you can succeed is to really simplify your message, which is we want the political parties to come together and form a coalition. Not all of them are we are not gonna get anything like coalition 2016. Never. Why? Amplify your message in a simplistic way. Ngeen nag nit ñi ñun dañ bëgg a ñi ñëw together ñu génne Adama Barrow. At the end of the day suñ indee keneen kooku li nga xam ne looloo ko war defu ko dinañ xeex kooku tamit bam dem. At the end of the day, someday we will all get the Gambia we yearned for, the Gambia that we wanted since Yaya Jammeh took the presidency in 1994. Man loolu laa leen di advice bul toog fii sol ngay werante ak ñi nga xam ne you're going to need them su fekkee ne succeed again with what you want to do. Ñun ñëpp dañ bëgg ngeen succeed. Man I am one of those people. Te su fekkee ne dem nañ ba ma gis loo xam ne neex na ma ci ñun ñëpp dinañ bokkat Demba Balde bokkul ci seen movement bi waaye mu ngi nii toog na ne su gisee dara loo xam ne fees na botam moom he's in. Ñun ñëpp we are in to see Adama Barrow go, but how it is done loolu la ñoo jël suñ time dugal ko ci. Man personally right now the messaging you have hasn't convinced me ne dinaa join seen movement bi because it's not realistic to me. Loolu laa bëgg nga déglu Sol jarut bëgguma nga toog fii nga warante ak ñun mi nga xam ne ñu ngi laa wax askan bi ñu ngi laa wax ne ñun pour ñu dimbale leen lii lañ bëgg ci seen loxo. Take it as a recommendation to your executive and think about it. You don't need to argue about it. Just take it and think about what we're suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Musa. Let me clean up a little bit. We are not forming this coalition to say it's either our road or the high road. No, nobody does that. Kuko Devdanga fail. While Lumabuga clarify, we are not imposing on any political party. That's not part of our platform. Our mission statement post-NACO, it should be for the people, by the people. Whoever Kubuga this Mungadem Fufunanga said, not only will you find our leadership, but you will find what we stated there. In no form did we say we're going to impose our will on any political party. Lulu ken wahuko. Lulu labuga clarifies, you got to understand. Second, the reason we're here is actually to hear feedback from the Gambians. As we introduce ourselves, in the beginning, people are going to say, we're not interested in this. How do we convince them? It's the beginning of our introduction of what we want to do. But the bottom line, again, my emphasis is, political parties, we have reached out to many of them. Would you be interested in a coalition? And if you were interested in a coalition, what are your demands? Again, we are not going to dictate anything to anyone. Ideally, we would tell them this is what we would want, but we are going to look at what they're going to offer, and we're going to make sure the environment is conducive so that we can bring people together. When you guys were you at Morehouse, what did you do? You brought all of these political parties, and they came and sat on the table. It is not going to be any different, except that it's going to be even better this time around, where we're not just going to say form a coalition, but we want to help facilitate the process by putting the guardrails in place after the effect, in an agreement. 2016, repeat. How do we protect it? Once we talk about that and we agree, then we move forward. Now, the question is, how do you enforce it? That is a conversation that is going to be hard down the road. But in the meantime, what I'm saying, New Form Coalition, we are building our policies so that when UDP comes and says, this is what we want to see in a Gambia tomorrow, we can say, okay, let's match what your options are and see where our difference is. And then we look at other organizations, other political parties. You said, all roads are leading to 2026. I'm the same school of thought. But cannot say anything negative in interest in Gambia. If we can sit here from 1 to 3 o'clock every Sunday, so I am obliged to listen to Musa, I'm obliged to listen to Tukulorsi, Mohamed Ali Njai, everybody else, the brothers that are on this panel. Dama wara deglu nit ñi dañ leen wara deglu, because you cannot lead a country when you're not listening to the people, which is what is happening here in the United States. Foog ñu deglu nit ñi, and people ñaan naa leen be more critical than you are right now of Coalition for System Change, because it's new. You don't know what we're trying to do. You want to ask questions. And if we don't have the answers, we're going to go back and fine tune, and we will look at what our messaging, and we will fix it. Lolu mom amul ben lam lami. So I'm not a stranger to this, but I'm a stranger to forming a coalition, so to speak. But man or na mane, if we look at the situation, binga hamne mom lañ am right now, both in the West, a problem in Gambia. Listening to what Musa was telling us about how coalitions were formed from the 1960s, and how if a coalition is not formed, chances are the incumbent wins. People should actually take a pause, go and look at the page that I just posted and read and find out. Impose on any political party. Then maybe you might be able to have an open mind about what we are doing.
So the question is, so the question is, I mean, you mentioned earlier, let's just talk hypotheticals here. Let's say that you are able to form a coalition. You're talking about enforcing the agreements. What authority would you have? What legal instrument would you have to enforce that agreement that you have? Just like the MOU that was signed by folks, but they have no authority, they have no legal instrument, they have no recourse to enforce that. What authority would you have, or would you aspire to have, to enforce that coalition agreement if you were successful in forming a coalition?
Mute.
I'm sorry, I was muted. So Dama clarify, Lee, and Demba, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak in our local languages so that our people can understand. I think two things happen. Musa, correct me if I'm wrong, because I've mentioned that the MOU for the flag bearer and how the process went was signed. But the MOU of how they implement whatever they agreed upon after the 3 years and everything that falls in place in holding the executive accountable, that MOU was never signed because they insisted there was not enough time.
Yes.
What I'm saying here is, Moine, the first most important fundamental thing, Moine, we are going to be, so to speak, facilitators, but we want to sit on the table and listen to what these political parties, who would be the ones that are going to run, are going to talk about. But in the event we have a flag bearer, as Demba is going, I'm a president, elect Nanko, from the agreement that we would have had, or coalition parties, you facilitate. Then the guardrails that we're going to put in place, then we want to have a conversation there. What we have in 2016 cannot be repeated. How do we mitigate the situation? We select a committee. That committee is going to be the pressure group committee that will sit back and say, these are the rules and these are what we agreed upon. It does not matter whether the Constitution says it or not. Once you agree, and I'm just saying this, small legal experience, why whatever does not infringe upon the Constitution can be enforced. If we agree in a Leland Bugadef, as long as it's not violating the Constitution. For instance, you cannot just unilaterally fire somebody because you feel he's indifferent to what you want, even though that's illegal. Then that committee should be able to say, hold on a minute, you can't do that. So that in a nutshell is some of the things that we want to put on the table. Are we going to enforce that? No, you didn't enforce because it has to be an agreement. I don't know if that answers your question, Musa. Kini, Demba.
Just a follow-up. Why do you think that is different from the think tank group that was formed by Coalition 2016?
Oh, you're talking about the think tank group?
Yeah, so you're talking about forming a committee, right, that is going to try to enforce. I mean, again, you didn't answer necessarily what legal instrument or what powers would you have apart from
I think I did, Demba. I told you there cannot be any legal instrument that would infringe upon the Constitution. But the legal instrument is going to be there. I just said that.
So why do you think that committee would be different from the think tank group that was formed? If you are not in the National Assembly, you are not in the National Assembly, you are not in the executive, what else, authority would you have, to make sure that is enforced with the president by those tricks, apart from being pressuring them outside?
Well, have you seen what happened yesterday? I'm sure you saw what happened yesterday in your streets. You saw what happened yesterday in the streets?
Oh, you mean
in all the major cities?
It's not going to be meaningful until the elections. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, it's one factor you can take in. But what I'm saying, Musa and Demba Moine, once a flag bearer is selected, that flag bearer goes and starts to campaign. And the campaign would be along the lines of the agreement with the coalition of what we want to enforce. Again, if we sign a memorandum of understanding, you're right, Musa, you're right, Demba, there cannot be 100% guarantee that the executive will not do what they feel like they want to do. But at the same time, we did not have that instrument in place. They should have had a committee more responsible to keep a check on the president. So, elections, National Assembly elections follow a year after the presidential elections, hypothetically, right? This is what's going to happen. If we have a committee in place, make sure whatever we gain from the coalition, elect a president out of the coalition, Muneka in the office, then the Gambian people should have known President Binyutanani, committee being guys select and he's signed off on. These are the conditions we were at. Subuge Tanani, Subuge de Flo Hamne, Dafa Tanani. And Demba, simply stated, do you expect the executive to violate the laws like Adamaboro is doing? I don't think so. So that committee should be there to make sure that we enforce those things and watch what is happening. Again,
no, but just be honest. I mean, they can, and there's nothing we can do about it except put some pressure. I mean, when the UDP was there, for example, right? If UDP were to come into power and they start violating everything, or they start doing things towards their political interest in staying in power, what instruments do we have to stop them? I mean, the president can do anything that they want. They can violate the constitution. I mean, they already violated our rights, and we went to court. And we said, listen, the Supreme Court said you are supposed to register these people to vote. They haven't registered us still. But what happens? So the president can violate the constitution, and it's just going to take, a lot of fights. So anyway, just to follow up.
Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that and go to Musa. So when we started this conversation, what did we say we wanted to see in a potential candidate? I mentioned that ideally, we would love to have a candidate who has integrity, a candidate that is highly educated, highly competent, and when people look at him, they would say, we do have somebody that we can trust. Do we have that in Adamaboro right now? I asked the question. Do we have Adamaboro as somebody we could have trusted based on the fact that we see what he is doing? That should be the first fundamental, most key protection we can get. That if a person gives you his word and says, this is what I am going to do, that they would uphold that. Now, Dr. Jan, if he comes in, will tell you this. We have a problem in our country where trust is a problem, that people will say one thing and then do the other thing. We need to clean that. But I'm telling you, from the records, Musa Jen can vouch that Mansumoko Johonte $1 million. In 5 years, then that person you can have hope. This is what we agreed upon. That's my answer.
So Saul, let's make something very clear. Really, most of the people that are even tuning in, I think that they support the idea of forming a coalition because they see it as the only way that Barrack can be stopped and we can bring about change. We all can agree to that. So some of the questions that you're hearing, Moine, because of what happened in 2016.
Absolutely.
Let's go back. When you get into the policies, I mean, to me, we all agree to that. I mean, there are issues in the Gambia that we have a problem with. There's issues that the fact that we don't even have a new constitution is a huge problem. The fact that we cannot even vote is a huge problem. So we are all on the same page. Why we were not born yesterday. There are fundamental questions. 2016, let's go back. How were we able to get a coalition? Because this is a 20 years work in progress. That didn't happen overnight. there were a lot of missteps, and somehow in 2016, like affaire yeb jal. Some will say yalla mo ñew ak ay mbiram. Why do you think in 2016 we were able to form a coalition and give it a chance? Because I think that question needs to be asked.
Correct.
If we don't ask that question, at least interrogate ko, we were able to somehow, all of a sudden, Demba, after missteps in 2001, 2006, 2011, bang, 2016, October, 3 months before the elections, we were able to, Demba insinuated something existential threat. But why do you think we were able to come together at that time and give it a chance and take a risk? Because you see, there is always going to be this risk. Even Mohammed Salah, you don't know. You can elect Musa Jeng tomorrow and he'll be a different person. So there's always going to be a risk to be taken. So man, I'm not even worried about the enforcement. My problem is, how were we able to do it? And what do we learn from it? And how will we be able to do it this time around to bring these players and say, okay, let's do it again? If you can kind of delve into that.
Well, thank you very much, Musa. I'm sorry you're asking the question, but you know the answer to it, but you want to hear from me. In 2016...
There are a lot of people you know.
Okay, yeah, but in 2016, because when you did that introduction, which is such a beautiful introduction of why coalitions are formed and the history of how coalitions came about and what political parties were involved in it. The failures that you mentioned that happened as a result of 2006, NAD, 2011, 2001, all of those things were put together, but the same group of people, the Keba Foons, the Joe Sambus, Yu Muzajeng, Demba Balde, Alagi Sow, Tukulor Si, Juka Sisi, all of these people were fundamental. Ibrahim Mamadou Krubali, these were the people who were fundamental in what we came about doing in 2016. First, we guaranteed that we would be able to raise funds because we knew Yaya Jammeh, the millionaires of the people who are wealthy in the Gambia, will not donate money, not to give money to any political party at their risk. We guaranteed that. But we also made sure that we would galvanize the citizens here to talk to their family members in Gambia and tell them, we have a coalition, you must participate in voting for that coalition. These are two key things that we did. And then we campaigned. We went on the airwaves. And what did we do? We reduced the Yaya Jammeh to nothing by making sure we understand that he's not a saint, he's a human being. And we started sharing information about all of the violations he was doing in that country. These are key things that happened. Next, we were able to bring those opposition parties outside of their comfort zone from Gambia to North Carolina. You brought them to Morehouse. You brought them here to Atlanta to come and sit down and discuss with them and tell them, look, our country is moving in the wrong direction.
I'm talking about all that happened before and we didn't get a coalition. I'm talking about 2016. 2016. Let's just focus on 2016.
No, Musa, let me just interject. So let me help you out a little bit. And it's important to remind people about this. The coalition did not happen out of the blue, Musa.
Yes.
There was a lot of pressure that was exercised on the political parties, but also there was a lot of cost. Remember, Solo Sanding died because of leading to 2016. Remember, political leaders like Hussein Udabo were arrested and jailed leading to 2016. So we did not get to 2016 willy-nilly. We sat down and realized that when Ali Fasal and others sat down and realized that, you know what, bona fide political leaders in this country have been arrested. Our citizens have been killed. And people have been jailed. Our women have been tortured. When every conscious Gambian realized that, that's when we said, you know what, our political difference should take a backseat and we should come together as a coalition. This is one of the conditions, very, very serious conditions that led us to have a coalition. It didn't matter at that point. At that point, that's where Gambians were saying even a dog is better than what was Yaya Jammeh at that point. When he insulted the whole nation. So this is why it's one thing that a lot of people on this platform might be agreeing with you, is to start putting together the pressure group. Okay? Rally people around certain causes, the fundamental causes that has led to those things, Solo Sunday losing his life, that has led to our women being raped, that has led to our political leaders being imprisoned. And we bring these things to the table. And right now, I feel that even though there is no existential threat of arrest, killings, and detentions and all that, but we are entering into a time when our Gambia can lead into chaos, political chaos. And this is why the coalition of 2016 should come back to the table somehow and say, listen, what you tried to prevent in 2016 was for Jammeh to bring in civil war or political tension in this country. That is what exactly Barrow is trying to do. When the ECOWAS intervened in the country, it's because Yahya Jammeh was driven out of the country. He refused to leave. And half of our citizens flee our country. There was going to be disruption in our country. This is the conversation that we need to have on the table and say, this is what Barrow is trying to do. And Barrow was brought in to make those corrections. And he has failed to make those corrections. So I think if you go to the UDP and you make that argument, and they are very much aware of it, you go to Doi, and Doi will look back and say, all the work that we did, all the sacrifices that we did, all the insults that we took, and we are now seeing Adam Mabaro trying to do the same thing. I can tell you, so if you try to rally citizens around that cause, you are going to get a lot of traction. And I think that's what we should focus on, is to rally Gambians on what Barrow is trying to do. And Barrow is going to plunge that country into even a more a chaotic situation than why Jammeh did. Thank you.
So, Demba, thank you very much for that. Musa, duma bugona yoko for moy buñ fatene when Ousseynou Dabo crossed to Barra and was traveling for campaign. That incident that happened was one of the most fundamental incidents would trigger Gambians in it. Because what happened? They stayed there for how many days? This is something that the UDP did. And all of the other political parties saw that as a threat. These are things that happen, and you're asking the question about how did we do it in 2016 and what was the reason why. These are the reasons, Musa, that we all felt after 23 years that if this time around we allow Yahya Jammeh to win, Gambians so no deglo degane hiala man lola gomon ne ñun ñep fogon nañ if Yahya Jammeh won the election in 2016, we would be doomed. Telolu moy one of the key things for yes. Yes.
I wanna get to the big elephant in the room.
Yes.
Coalition talks here, it has always been, the big elephant in the room, who's gonna lead it. We all know who the stakeholders are.
Yes.
Now, my first question is, what would you, before we get into that, what would you consider to be, because you're not gonna have everybody. Understand? All the opposition parties.
Yes.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is going to fall party before 2020.
Yeah.
The question is, what would you consider to be, okay, if I have these stakeholders, I would consider that, I mean, a real, like a coalition, a complete coalition. Party Sangam, all these players, I think this is one coalition that can defeat Barrow. Have you guys thought about that already, or are you just still leaving it open to allow everybody to come and be part of it?
So to answer your question, Musa, Keba Foon is going to Gambia. We have a letter that is going to be presented to every political party, both people, independents, or even people they have to have some kind of movement though. Don't talk for formal. No. We're looking at these key people, going to Ibrahima Mane, my colleague who was a classmate, Mungibara, Fatina political party. Every single one of them will be having an invitation letter to begin to have a conversation. That letter is with Keba phone right now. He's going to present that letter to the UDP. He's going to present a letter to all of these entities, minus APRC, Ahmad Ba's team, my party, and anybody who's associated with NPP. I am not going to join any organization that is going to reach out to Adama Barrow and the NPP or his surrogates because they are a violation. They have failed our country.
Okay. I got you.
To answer your question, Moine, we are going to reach out to every single one of them, and we're going to engage in the conversation.
Yes.
So that's the answer.
So what? Inviting them.
Huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yang don't like what would be the ideal candidate? I think I heard you mention something like.
No, yeah, I was going to get to that because I'm going to have all the players that are going to. Then Manila, the big elephant in the room, of course. I mean, that has always haunted us more. Who is going to lead the coalition? You know.
Yeah, but the answer to that question is simple, Musa. Again, coalition for system change. We're not going to enforce. We're not going to push anybody to do what we want. No, that's not what our intent is. We're just going to go back to pivot just like we did in 2016. Let's bring all of these like-minded political parties and tell them, just like Dudemba Wahni, we have a threat. And this threat is our people are suffering. Prices are right. Prices are things. Inflation is in the country. Corruption is rampant. And Adama Barrow has admitted that there's corruption. But he takes a step back by saying it's difficult to manage. We don't want to hear that as an answer. We want to be able to manage our resources. And so selecting the candidate.
So you think, because there is corruption in the country, the standard of living is really blah, 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 and all that, and people are tired of Barrow, so that somehow that will facilitate in the formation of a coalition, right? I mean,
yes,
if I hear you right.
That somehow we should be able to convince people to see a different Gambia after 2026. If we have the right candidate in place, somebody that has the integrity, somebody that is trustworthy, somebody that has a resume or CV, we can look and see these are the things that this person has accomplished, and somebody that everybody in the community can say, Kubahla, sumako johon $1 million is neko dental mako, butu dukolal, dina mako delo. And the person who would enforce the constitution.
No, okay. Let's come to planet planet Earth, the reality.
Yes.
Most people looking at the political landscape, looking at 2026, we all know you cannot form a viable coalition that can defeat Barrow without the United Democratic Party.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I think UDP has made their stand pretty clear. I mean, somebody who really listened to them. Now, and their position is, look, and this has always been their position. You guys want to bring about change. We are the only party big enough, large enough. We are out there confronting NPP. We just went through Masembe. In other words, they've demonstrated that they can beat Barrow.
Yes.
In the last election, they got 27% of the votes. No other party came anywhere close. In as much as they lost by almost 200,000 votes. They're not going to like me saying that. Maybe less, 150,000 votes, a lot of votes. Now, their position is, we are the most viable vehicle. What you guys need to do is convince other parties to come and join our party. We will give you assurances and then join you so that we can remove Barrow. And then we will champion a change. What's wrong with that thinking?
There's nothing wrong with that thinking, Musa.
Is that something that Coalition for System Change can... Do you think the other players like Esafal, Doi, Mama Kande, how would they see a position like that? How would you reconcile the UDP position with some of these other parties? You know how politics is. They're all driven by ego. They want to go out there and do their number. Esafal think that he's the new kid on the block. Doi, I know for a fact they're going to have a problem with that. I don't see them joining any coalition like that. Mama Kande believes that he's a president. And I don't see you can build a viable coalition without these players.
Absolutely not.
How do you guys deal with a situation like that?
So the beauty of what we have, Musa, and again clarifying this, when we are not going to form a political party, we're not going to have a candidate. Coalition for System Change is zero to both of these. What we're going to do is reach out to these entities and find them. What would you want? Would you want to join a coalition? And if you want to join a coalition, what are the things that you want? And then we have that conversation and reach out, like I said, to everybody. But Musa, if you don't read the history, the UDP has always participated in every coalition. Gambians Ousainou Darboe has always been willing to join any coalition being formed. If they have done their homework and they raised over $100,000 in the campaign that they did this past summer, You cannot rule them out, and you cannot go back and say they are not relevant. They are the most relevant opposition party. Matter of fact, for me, the UDP is the most relevant political party in that country. Forget about NPP and Adama Barrow.
They are the what?
The most relevant in terms of power. The people, the opposition party that is the most fundamental. It has all the foundations.
You got to be very careful with. They are the most relevant. What do
Not
you mean by that?
Not necessarily in the relevance. When you're looking at the movement, you cannot deny that, Musa. UDP they have chapters all over the world. They have chapters. What other political party has chapters all over the world?
I'm just trying to understand, because I'm saying this party is the most relevant.
So let me clarify the relevance. I'm glad, Musa, you pushing
no,
back.
Musa, I think he's talking about in terms of political power. I mean, right now,
right.
There is second majority in the National Assembly.
I know.
I don't want you to
majority in the second majority in the National Assembly, right?
Yes.
I mean, and they had the most votes. So I mean, in terms of political, political capital, I think that's what he's talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. If you're talking about, so because you asked the question, thank you very much, Musa. We need to clarify that. So UDP, you just said 27% of the vote they had. Nobody came close. So you cannot have a coalition without engaging the UDP. Fog you engage the United Democratic Party. The UDP has always participated in coalitions. They have always been willing to listen. And they have been listening to us. So Lolu Mom, Nankofatek, the potential for the UDP having what you just said to offer that on the table can be presented. They can trust us. We are an independent arbiter. We're going to participate in the process. We don't have a candidate. Coalition for System Change doesn't have a candidate. We're not vying for any candidate. We want us to come together and collectively, Gambians included, you select candidate Bohamne. Gambians in participate in this. So the participation would be Musa Dandemayo does not come to the conference or whenever we're talking about selecting a candidate. Lulu means Musa Jeng has not participated. Musa Jeng must have said Monday Dandemayo Dumamuna Fini the why some representatives be neck of small constituency. Mom la tana ne mudem represent ma to stand and participate in the process of selecting a candidate who would be the flag bearer. So Lolu Lai Wah Nune. That is where the conversation is going to be. And if it takes us the route of Lingawa and the UDP and Union, we are the most powerful opposition party and we have gotten this many votes, then the conversation can begin with that. You said Kalanyo Tana as a viable candidate. The key that we want, Musa Moine, how do we change the condition of our country such that man Musa Jeng, Demba Balde, so deme guy panidanga buga invest ubus sa business Gambia tenga neka domi rewmi ñu bayalanga ipun sa business they're not going to allow just the Indians and other people. We have nothing against other foreigners because ñu ngi neka bitim rew waye wan gala waye nañu jox suñu right su Musa Jeng deme Gambia ne dafa buga open business ñu ne ko Musa Jeng nangam nga wara fay nga fay ñu jox sa certificate nga dem open sa business such that Musa Jeng buge vote duñ ko lam-lamé di ko wax ne National Assembly members they're going to just take you out of the process ne yow waruloo vote te nga nekk citizen réew mi. But at the same time you have the audacity put jox the powers to the chiefs and the alcalos pour ñu mëna joxe nit the power the voters card in that region. ñu bari, no disrespect to them, understanding constitution bi, why don't we let the immigration and the IEC take care of giving people voters cards and national documents in the hands of our immigration officers? Why are we allowing people who have no business doing that, and then preventing citizens of the Gambia who are in the diaspora who contribute $775 million last year? Te man ma yo Musa, you owed na ñu ne li ñoo yóbbu Gambia every year is more than $3 billion. Demba, correct me if I'm wrong. That the money that we take into that country, the one that is not captured, if you add that to what is captured, we're talking about $3 billion. But we don't have a right to vote. That's where we want to talk to the opposition parties. We then participate in the election. And we want to bring our expertise to build our country. This is why and I'm talking to you guys. I've been up Lanmota. Alagi Sow bala ñoo Daniel Musa Alagi Sow wax naa ko ne he fought for this country. Alagi Sow man ma moom ak Adama Barrow, we all went to school, graduated the same year. He's a close friend. Lan moo tax ñu allow police ñu brutalize Alagi Sow. Alagi Sow, his eyes are affected as a result of jail biñ ko jail ñu prevent ko from coming back to Canada to get his medication. Now ñun war nañoo allow loolu, and how many Gambians ñoo xam ne ñu ngi dem Gambia bëgg a open business ñu frustrate leen ñu génne seen xaalis from their savings and their investment, and they lost all of that to come back to the United States to start all over again. This is what we are fighting for. Ñun loolu lañ bëgg a Gambians you understand ne waruñoo allow ñu bañ ñu am fii baaxuñ fañ jëm. Nañ am suñu réew boo xam ne we can see ourselves in it, we can participate just like the Senegalese are doing. Galaway, you are members of parliament who are going to represent the diaspora. It cannot happen until we engage the opposition parties, form a coalition that would defeat Adama Barrow and stop the threat that is coming. That the opposition, the police, and the national NPP is talking about to Dr. Ismail Assise. They want to shut down the media houses. Matter of fact, Musa, so much for the people, by the people, they may want to shut you down. I don't know how they're going to do that, but this is their intent. So man fofulay wahe Musa Jeng.
Barrow couldn't even, I mean, Jammeh couldn't even sit us down.
And so this is exactly what I was leaning to earlier. That's exactly the pressure that we need to put in, right? It has to get to Jammeh, to Barrow, to be willing to shut down media houses, to be willing to arrest journalists, to be willing to imprison political activists, in order for us to be able to rally around and say, you know what, this is it. This is exactly what this guy was supposed to do. Because right now, I can tell you, Barrow and his group, their back is against the wall. Their back is against the wall. There's a reason why they're fighting back. The imams are fighting, for what is happening in the country. Everybody is seeing for what is happening in the country. So this is why we need to rally the Gambian people around a cause to say, listen, this is what we fought for in 2016. We were successful in 2016 in order for us to dislodge the dictator. Successfully. The coalition was successful in removing the dictator. What's in the history of West Africa? Right? So now what is the next thing? If Barrow in trying to perpetuate himself in power is really what we need to tell the Gambian people. But also, so there are critics, or there are people that are skeptical. Musa was just getting to the meat of the bones, right? We can walk around all this coalition stuff and all that. At the end of the day, when you talk about, okay, we want a candidate who is highly educated, we want a candidate who has high integrity. People start profiling who you are looking at, right? My question to you, why can't the UDP, for the longest since 1996, okay? The UDP we keep talking about UDP being the most powerful party, the majority party with the capital. What stops the UDP from coming up with a comprehensive plan to say this is what we are going to do when you rally around us as a coalition? If we change, because whether we like it or not, a lot of critics said, listen, we had a little bit of test of the UDP, when the UDP party in power. When Barrow took over, because we all remember that when Barrow took over, at least the first 8 months of that, everybody was saying, "Oh, this is a UDP party." UDP kept saying, "Well, this is a coalition." But at the end of the day, we saw the power dynamics during that time. So my question is, what stops the UDP from coming up with a comprehensive plan, present it to the other political parties, and say, present it to GDC, present it to SFL and others, present it to PDS. Listen, I think this conversation that we are having online and all that is not getting to the leadership. It's not getting to the executive. The UDP need to start looking at themselves and their power dynamics and start saying, listen, this is what we want in a coalition if there is going to be a coalition. Because it is certain UDP is not going to win an election without a coalition. I can tell you that too. A lot of people, it's going to be very difficult for them to win an election. There is a question around it. But it's going to be very difficult for them. They will not agree to that. But we've been doing this since 1996. It's the same, doing the same thing and expecting different results. It's a definition of insanity. Let's be honest to our friends.
The elections were stolen according to them.
That's what they say, but nobody can pinpoint how and why and where the election, what votes were changed, or what votes were selected. So it is a perception, but I can tell you that it's going to be very difficult because what's going to happen, a lot of these political parties are going to drift towards NPP, right? Now it's going to be a binary choice between the UDP and NPP. And then, it's going to be, people are going to be like, this is what happened in 2021. People said, you know what? I would rather vote for Barod and vote for UDP or UDP's leadership. So UDP need to recognize that and also go back and say, listen, how can we multiply our numbers? How can we bring other political parties into us to form a coalition? And you have to put together a document that says this is what we're going to do. We're going to champion a new constitution. We're going to form for example, form a group that is going to champion reforms, right? Because again, the UDP formed almost the majority of National Assembly members in 2016 after the change. So a lot of critics, this is not only me. A lot of critics are saying they were in control of power as far as the National Assembly, and they did not change. The only things that they changed was the age limit, right? At that point, they could have championed a lot of things. These are conversations that we are having. So I'm saying, why can't the UDP put together a plan to say, this is what we want GDC to come and join us. We want SFL to come and join us. We want NPP and NUP to come and join us. And this is the plan that we have. And they sell that plan to you and I and to the rest of the Gambian people. Musa.
Well, Musa, do you want me to comment or you want to comment?
No, you can definitely.
So, Demba, great point. Let's look at the municipalities. Right now, the 3 municipalities that every Gambian can see success in, Brikama Area Council, KMC, and even, is it Mansa Konko, is it URR, Musa? LRR. Mm-hmm. But look at what is happening in URR. Look at what is happening in Kerawan. Yes, they're talking about all of this corruption and stuff. But you look at what, even Banjul, I forgot to mention my sister, Roy Malik Law. You see what the UDP is able to deliver. I think we have to give it to them. Now, you're right about your point, Demba. It is all possible. What have they been you and I are talking that the UDP actually does have something on the table that they may be willing to present to all of these opposition parties and say, why don't you come join us? Now, where we come in as Coalition for System Change is other political parties are not going to see any bias or have any suspicion in the UDP. They will see us as not having any politician or somebody that we use as a flag bearer or a contestant. That we're not political. We are looking at bringing everybody together. And this is where the UDP will find us as partners along with all these other opposition parties that Gambians have done this before in 2016. People can accuse them all they want. That Musa Jeng, so coalition, Musa Jeng wants to run for president. We've said that after 2016, that Musa and Banka were going to form a political party, or Demba is interested in this. That never happened. So they should be able to have that level of confidence. And I appreciate Tukulosi emphasizing the need for us to make it clear that, yes, we're not going to impose our will on anybody else. And also, we don't have a particular candidate in mind. So Malaje man solbaji in private. Can mo your ideal person bo hamne muna neka presidente in Gambia. I can tell you that, but I'm not going to say it. But that doesn't mean the man kokulai vouch for. I am going to be an independent person along with everybody else, because that is my right, Demba. I have a right to be able to say the man tide somo hene momgabuga president alawa. But UDP members know that I have a soft spot for them, and there's a reason for it. So he's Azam Fall, Mama Kande, all of these people.
I want to come back to the statement. Yes. You said you have a soft spot for the UDP.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, why?
Again, just like what Demba said, there's a natural feeling for all of us to understand this is a political party that was marginalized, that has been brutalized by Yaya Jammeh for all these years. And then just the credit. Usainu Dabo coming out from his house the day after Solo Sanding was murdered, and he said, Abe Bandale, the executive got out, they walked and they got arrested. The Nogoinjai people who passed away, the people who are part of the UDP. It's a natural thing for you to have a soft spot for them.
So let
But
me
that doesn't mean
ask you
that.
this question. There are cynical people, and I'm
Yes.
so saying UDP. Let me play the devil advocate.
Yes.
That, you know what, we have a taste of the United Democratic Party. We had a coalition, and the candidate actually came from their party, people would argue. I mean, when everything was said and done, elections were over, the party's position, really, they renege on quite a few things. And the most important part of it was the 3 years. The party reneged on it. We all saw some of the reforms that were out there when they had the majority in the National Assembly. Those were not implemented. Some of us here in the diaspora, when we complain and condemn, they're like, hey, don't listen to these people. They call us Bukibu Sene Daribei.
DSS.
DSS. They were giving us the finger. My good friend, I remember Ibrahim Adiba went to Freedom. You have to join techie.com. If you want a techie, come and join the government of the day. So people are saying, why would we trust them? What made you think, even if you were to remove them, if you were to remove Barrow and replace them with a UDP, that the system will change? That it will be the same old, same old. Why are these people wrong? Why should they even think like that? Or should we just say, to hell with it, let's just remove Barrow and replace them with UDP and roll the dice on them? What do you say?
Well, people would have their rights to say what they want to say, Musa. If you ask me, Manchiluma Gom Musa, Moine Te Solajon Usenu Dabo in private, if I had to take that back, I would take it back. Lolagum. Now, looking at what we have right now, that the fact that there were mistakes made, politicians normally don't come out and admit mistakes, but we can take it for them by saying, fuck nane, knowing the Usenu Dabo that we know, and looking at what the UDP has seen happen with Adama Barrow, being left unchecked, and the things that he's doing. Elections, elections he passed the day after the elections. What did the PIU or the police do? They went and put tear gas. They sprayed tear gas in Usenu Dabo's property. Musa Jeng, on that day, below Hapune, we guy wahene election the Yajam and Adama Barrow of Kosacha. I was with the feeling that the UDP should hit the streets and go out there and protest. But Usenu Dabo calmed these people. In hindsight, I take that back. This was something that I had in my mind. Why Lumwa convinced Namane. Nakala nyumuna alawi ninyi nyudem nyulakariumi to burn the country down. And what we have left as a country. I'm got Khalifa Bo Hamne of de halat, fufula mak macheram didetem. Yes, we can call him and say he's all about the legal system. But there's something in this man, Bo Hamne Warnanko Sorale. Usenu Dabo would have been a multi-millionaire today, but he chose the path of politics, Musa. So the question is, yes, why do we think that they will not do the same thing? I think lessons have been learned. You see the structures that they have in place. There would be a better government if they were given a chance tomorrow. But here we come, Musa. We want to seal all of this and put all of this to rest. Let's bring everybody together. Again, a house divided will fall, and that's what Adama Barrow is intent on doing. But if we bring a coalition, a grand coalition together, what we are going to tell the Gambian people, Moine, we want to heal the country. We want to go to the TRRC recommendations. We want to go to the January recommendations. We want to implement our 2020 draft constitution. We want to reform our country. We want to reform the security sector. We want to reform our police. We want to reform the civil service. We want to reform the electoral process. We want to reform local government. Let's let the local government be. Let government give the subvention they should give to the local governments, the 40%, and let the local governments manage the affairs of their country. If Musa Jeng goes to Gambia right now, as somebody who has been in the United States, invest in the Gambia. You go to Gaipa, you pay your certificate, Ganeman, Brikama Area Council, West Coast Ladika. That's where I want to open my business. You pay your taxes to West Coast, and you hire people that are going to work for your company, and those people pay taxes to the federal government and the local government. This is how governments function. Why lolu nekkut di am so demé nga fay gaypa you nga dem ubbi sa business, the GRA comes and collects taxes from you whether you're making money or not. They could care less. As long as you've registered your business, you're going to pay 15% and they can tell you how much you have to pay. That is not a country we want, Musa.
So basically you guys are going to come with, if I hear you right, the coalition is going to revolve around a reform agenda. In other words, you guys have an agenda of some of these reforms that you want to see happen.
Yes.
And you're going to go to the stakeholders and say, okay, we had a coalition in 2016. These are some of the aspirations we have. Okay, we got some, we didn't get a whole lot of it. So now what we want to do is, this is an agenda that we all want the stakeholders to come and be part of this agenda that we can take to the Gambian people in 2026. And basically it is going to be the manifesto or whatever you want to call it, or the platform. So in other words, it's not going to be a UDP platform, a DOI platform, or an SFL platform, or any of that. It will be something presented to them to review and also make changes, recommendations, whatever. So a coalition will revolve around this agenda, if I hear you right.
Correct. Musa, again, clarifying, we're not going to impose whatever our agenda is. We are going to ask them to tell us what they would want in a Gambia come 2026 and thereafter. But and we're going to tell them, ideally, this is what we would want. Huh?
You already have a reform agenda, because I see you from somewhere that you present to them. And they can take liberty to change, to agree, to disagree, to find common ground among all the parties.
So again, I'm going to clarify this. You're on the right path. We ask them to tell us what they have as part of their portfolio or their agenda. And we say, this is our agenda. What do we have that is common? We merge those things. What we have as a difference, we discuss and see what we can put together. Yes. And then it becomes the mbahal. Neku the mbahal cabinet di Adama Barode. When it becomes the mbahal, bo hamne rin ko jël ñu present ko to the average Gambian ne. This is not a UDP agenda. This is not just a Esambay Fala. This is a coalition agenda that brings in all of the pieces that are fundamental in all of these groups. And that is what we're going to present to the Gambian people if we get to that level. But we haven't gotten there yet. But that's our ambition.
So let's be realistic and let's be practical. Okay? Yeah. Whoever is elected, I mentioned this earlier, whoever is elected into government, it is the responsibility of that party or that government to implement any change, to implement any reforms that you have. You don't have control over what that government is going to do. And that's where the government is asking questions.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
So I mean, let me finish.
I want to come to his defense, though.
Let me finish.
Obviously, they will not be able to enforce it. But the fact that they have an agenda. This is based on what happened in 2016. These are the reforms. We want the parties to come together. Diaspora vote is one. A new constitution that will do A, B, and C. I mean, even the way we do, but whatever they have in their agenda, they'll take it to UDP. Because let's be honest here. For UDP to come and say, this is our party platform, and we want all of you parties to come and join us, I think it's going to be very difficult. I can tell you that. But when you have an independent entity coming and saying, okay, we have a proposal for all the parties, because parties, their differences are very minor here and there.
Thank you.
I mean, SFL's agenda and UDP's agenda and Mama Kande's agenda, proposals here and there, slight differences. Maybe DOI would be there. I mean, a DOI government would be totally different. But if an independent can come and say, okay, this is what we're presenting to form a coalition that all of us agree to this, UDP can come and say, okay, we want to change this, we want to add this, we want to add this. They're open to do that. DOI can come and say, oh, we want to add this, we want to add this. SFL, the same thing. Mama Kande, the same thing. Bibi Dabo, don't forget him. He's a player. Guy is a big, don't think for a minute. He can be a big player. So if they all come together, recognize, I mean, what we failed to achieve in the past 10 years on the barrow, and here we have an agenda that we can all rally around with their changes included. I think it makes it much easier to sell it to the Gambian people. This is the change that we want to implement.
But Musa, Musa, that's what we had in 2016. Go back and look at the programs that they agree on that Halifa and others put together. All these things were included. A new constitution. A diaspora voting. All these things were included in what they agreed on. That's what we had. Go back and read the document. The program document. Recently, it was revealed, right? That's exactly what Halifa and others are, and that's why we had an independent candidate. That's how we came up with an independent candidate to say, resign from your party, come in, and then you're going to govern based on this. We had all those things in there. And again, I'm saying there is no legal recourse. There is no way you can implement that, because whoever wins the elections, whoever becomes the president.
Bilai, the kind of guarantees that you are trying to get, it's not possible.
Thank you, Musa.
Totally impossible. Because at the end of the day, you would have to bank based on the experience that we had from 2016. If we have a proposed agenda and they all subscribe to it, yes, UDP can win and turn around, definitely display arrogance. Yes, I say it, but I also do believe, based on the experience, like I do believe that if that were to happen and UDP wins and Usainu is the president, I don't think he's just going to give us the finger and say, to hell with it, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. I don't believe that for a minute. I do not believe that. Now, are we going to get everything? Maybe not. That's just the nature of the beast. But are we going to be at a better place? At least we need change. Assurances is impossible. One problem la am. Moy to have all these stakeholders to subscribe because of the mistrust that has been. Because I don't believe you can have a formidable coalition in the absence of DOI. I seriously don't believe it. I think their involvement in a coalition helps a coalition. You may say 2% lagaydiam or 3%, but they bring integrity to the process. In 2016, I think they did. So any coalition that you build that DOI is not part of, I'm not saying that coalition will not succeed. But trust me, it will be very difficult. And NPP will exploit it to the hilt.
So let me ask you another question. There is a lot of questions online and a lot of chatter about the integrity or the previous positions of some of your members, especially some of your leaders.
Yes.
Obviously some of the people that are part of this your group, your leadership, they have been around and they have a lot of they have public profiles. Correct. And they have taken from public positions people like Keba Phone, people like Brother Joe Sambu and yourself. You've had a lot of public positions. So people are questioning your neutrality and or your ability to be independent. I mean, what would you say to that? So
once my public position, I was a PPP, but the PPP is dead almost. So what difference is my public position? But
it's not dead. PPP is back. So PPP is back. They're trying to regroup.
PPP, yes. So, but anyway, great question, Demba. Luma wax moy ne waxtaan bobu nonu affaire these profiles and how people felt strongly about some people or some political parties. There is a conversation that we made in the beginning and it's dead and gone. People needed to voice that because we all take ownership. The failures that happen, you must do what lolu mo happen. You don't want more happen during the first few years or first 2 years of Adama Barrow. We all take ownership. I talk to MB Krubal in private all the time. We all gave these people the money and we went to sleep. So yes, people have said things. We have done things. Let's all take the responsibility, which I believe the executive in my group has taken the responsibility, but they wanted to voice out the things that we're worried about. I think these things need to come out. So you understand. Why so you don't like the executive of UDP like Usainu Dabo. In hindsight, would we have done things differently? Well, if I had it again, we would do things differently. So one fufula gumne. So large executive members see how they felt before and now.
Sidestep question with it.
Huh?
Yangi sidestep question with it.
No. I'm getting to it right now.
If you're trying to bring people together, some of your members, they have a baggage, fairly or unfairly. I know these people. I'm telling you, I think that their head is in the right place. Joe Sambu, there is no one who is much more committed to bring about change in the Gambia. I disagree with him on everything, but I know his heart is in the right place. Keba Foon, he's obsessed with coalition. So whatever people are trying to declare, which is very unfair, just because you disagree with them, that doesn't mean you're much more patriotic than these guys are. They have positions. They might have said something about the UDP that you didn't like, but that doesn't mean that they're unpatriotic. But the question is,
yes,
to bring parties together, these people are not seen as, like independent. These people are seen as, they have a lot of negative baggage. Why would parties listen to you because of these individuals? That's what they're saying.
Okay, Musa, I am glad you clarified this answer. The question be because of the way we set up our organization and the executive that is there. So here's how I'm going to take this, Gambians. Ki Nakalturati, Momodu Sabali was an APRC guy. He left the APRC and he was taken into the UDP. Momodu Sabali left the UDP and went back and joined the NPP, which is what Ben Suarez said. That's where he belonged because the APRC is there. When the question came to Usainu Dabo, and you like Koneko, what do you think about Momodu Sabali? Usainu Momodu Sabali has the right to go and join whatever political party he wants.
Correct.
And there's a good chance to Momodu Sabali Buge back to the UDP. I'm not too sure he will be able to come back. Why should Bugo Delusi? Chances are people may talk about bringing him back. So legi, my question to the Gambians, Nineka like to question be about Joe Sambu Akeba Foon. Galawai Sufekene, Munon Nanyo allow Momodu Sabali, who has said all kinds of negative things about Gambians, Sitami Yajami, who joined the UDP. Is it not okay for them to feel Nyun executive parties? They were critical of some of these political parties. That are they saying that we wouldn't be able to sit with them and have this conversation about a better Gambia, that because they have some baggage, that Momodu Sabali was able to join the UDP, but somehow Joe Sambu and Keba Foon, who may have been negative before, but they're having very respectful conversations with Usainu Dabo and some of these opposition parties. Are you telling me that what the UDP accepted in Momodu Sabali is somehow what Keba Foon and Joe Sambu may have said is much more serious? We have to push them back, but we can accept Momodu Sabali. It's a hypothetical question.
No, so let me just rejoin to the question. I think you cited as the question because I think it's very important. But there's a second component to the question. Obviously, Momodu Sabali is not the standard. I mean, we should not be measured into what Momodu Sabali and others do. That's not the standard. So the second thing is that there is a belief among other circles that there is a conflict of interest in some of your members. For example, Broda Mayala, right, is part of a political party, right? That Jobe has now joined, right? He's part of that political party, correct? And he's, so there is another question or another, discussion going on that some members of your group are in fact registered members of other political parties. And now that, Estafal has joined those political parties, right, the political party, and there is a motive from some of your members or some of the leadership that they're trying to rally behind, or they have a candidate that they're pushing on the side. What do you say to those kind of critics?
I appreciate the question, Demba. We have heard this before, and in one of our general meetings, this is what we said, that anyone who comes to join Coalition for System Change may be affiliated with any political party you want. But when you come to Coalition for System Change, your overarching goal is Coalition for System Change. That is what we all swore into, that's what we're going to uphold, that we are not here. And if you go to the platform, Demba, we do not entertain any candidate being promoted on our platform. You put it there, we take it out. Because we don't want to have an iota. Because that's the feeling. But man wa busurala. Why Banjula judo? So where do you place me? Man Jolala, why Smaraka Isoselan? I'm not a Kipol. I have Christian family members. So where do you place Sol Baji? Fangen my place. Are you going to place me in some category when I am biased? Because maybe I like Ezambai Fal, he went to Muslim high school just like I did. Then why am I not supporting Adama Barrow, who is the NPP, who graduated with me from the same high school? I despise Adama Barrow because of what he did to Alagi Sow. I despise Adama Barrow because of the failures and the negation of what he promised to do for us. And it makes me feel bad that Sheikh Juve, the principal who taught us, and the Imam of Banjul right now, Imam Ratib, they should be upset with us. Muslim high school, and what Adama Barrow is doing today is different. We don't have empathy for the family members of the people who are suffering in that country. Hale get them through the back way, and when there's a disaster, Adama Barrow doesn't talk about that. He wants to talk about politics. And for people to think that they can rest easy knowing that what I have signed up for, if I see an iota of somebody doing anything different, they promote one particular candidate against the rest of them, I would resign.
Saul, you're right, really. I mean, maybe, because like I said, I know these people. Why isn't there political perception and the difficulty and the complexity of forming a coalition? I think what people are saying is maybe it should have been handled by people that are seen to be very independent-minded. They don't have a dog in the fight. Whether it's fair or not, that some of these guys are perceived to be supporting a particular candidate. He talked about, APP and Sobeya coalition, which, Myla is a member of the APP. Now, I know Myla. Myla is a man of high integrity, seriously. He was part of the Safety Gambia Democracy Project and has done a lot. Even STGDP in those days, one of our problems, people were pointing fingers. Often there are certain individuals aligned with Halifa lañ bëgg mu nekk candidate, Juara lañ bëgg mu nekk candidate, UDP lañ bëgg mu nekk candidate. That has always been there. And some are saying because of that, maybe that contributed to the disintegration of NAT. So here you guys are. Some of you players with a checkered past, and I hate to say that, at least that's how it is perceived. Now you want to sit down with Mr. Dabo and Halifa and some of these guys, they're gonna mama can't say momly wa money. I ain't gonna join because they're gonna Esamba file make the candidate. That makes your job so difficult. And that's what Demba is asking. Now maybe there should be an other organ or entity. They are seen to be so neutral, but being on the ground as well. Not outsiders from the diaspora. They know that they are independent and they want to bring about change. They can go and sit down with Usainu and say, Mr. Dabo, UDP can win it alone. So that is why they can go to Usainu will be much more responsive to them. They can go to Halifa and do the same thing. They can sit down with SFL. In other words, you guys, you are the wrong messenger to do this kind of work. What's your pushback?
I beg to disagree. I beg to differ to Musa, because number one, Hussein Odawa has actually been talking to us. You were in Atlanta when they came. Keba Foon sat down and had a conversation with Hussein Odawa.
No, hold on a minute.
Hold now. Don't allow my answer. You gotta let me answer. You cannot interject. You cannot interject. You gotta allow me to answer.
No, hold on. When you guys had your meeting that July 4th, was UDP represented at that meeting?
Let me answer the reason why they were not represented, because I've had conversations. I just Musa. Come on, man, Musa. Yeah, you asked the question. Not only was the UDP not present, all the other major political parties who would have been there were not there. And one of the reasons it happened, number one, I have to give them credit. I reached out to them. I sent the letter. It went to the wrong person, and I was corrected by MB Kurubali by saying, if it went to this person, you would have had a different response. Now, this thing was hastily done. But we reached out to them by saying, in the letter, it is written there, you have a very short notice, but we want to do this. And it's not going to be the first or the last time we do this. We will present another opportunity for you. You're right, Musa. They did not come. And the takeaway from most of the people is we were irrelevant, that we wouldn't be able to do this. But here we are today, Musa. We're presenting again. And the goal is, number one, it's a question. Hussein Dabo has always been part of a coalition. Now, Demba Munge like a question about the elephant in the room. I agree. This is going to be there, Dinafaneka. What we're trying to do, Moine, Sukeba, Suege Banjul Tei. The intent is we're going to look for a neutral individual. Ko hamne, mom lanyo try to sell to the coalition that we're trying to form. And that person would be the one that negotiates as a neutral person, but we're going to facilitate the process by saying, these are the things that we want. Opposition parties can present the things that they want, and this individual will be the one that negotiates on our behalf. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Let me say this.
So Musa, okay, I wanted to put this on the record. Following up on my question, right? I want to vouch for some of these people because Musa, as you mentioned earlier, we've known Keva Fun for a very long time. We've known Joe Sambo for a very long time. We've known Maila Ture for a very long time. And Solbaj, we've known you for a very long time. A lot of you, or all of you, there is no question you are patriots. You want the best for the Gambia. But then, as Musa mentioned earlier, political perception and realities, are interconnected. The perception out there for SDGDP, Musa, you can say this again. For all those time, SDGDP was always seen as a PDIS incubator. Because a lot of you were, a lot of us were brought up by Ali Fatala and others politically, right? So to this day, there was some resentment from the UDP and other because of SDGDP. But you guys keep pushing. You keep pushing until we got to NAD. Obviously, NAD is integrated at the end of the day. But Saul, one thing I want to caution: when you talk about a candidate, you're talking about a profile candidate. I did not hear you say the candidate, an experienced political candidate. I hear you say somebody with integrity. I hear you say somebody with educated, well educated, right? So again, your profile is right. My question to you: why are we focused on the individual as a candidate instead of focusing on the system? Right? I know that you guys a platform is like system change. But at the end of the day, we're defaulting to the candidate who is going to lead the country. Right? Anybody, or anybody who has the potential to change when they get into power. Anybody. So why can't we build the system first? The system of checks and balances. Before we come up with a candidate and say so and so, because that's what divides us. If you go to the UDP today and you start talking a candidate, you're opening a whole kind of worms. You go to PUIS, you start talking about succession candidate, you're going to open up a whole kind of worms. So how do you guys navigate that candidate thing to make sure that you suppress, the issue of an individual candidate rather than the system and the platform that you're going to sell to the Gambian people rather than the individual? So,
thank you very much, Demba. Good question.
So Balamarek Kini, Sol, can you send the link to Alaji Sow?
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
Let me send it to him. I'm going to share it with him. Hold on. I'm on WhatsApp. Musa, hold on. Let me do that.
Yeah, because he's been. I just saw his thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, good question, good conversation. I know sometimes people don't like some of the positions and some of the things that we say, but coalition building is very complex, and for anybody to think,
yeah. Alaji, so if you're listening, send Nalako on WhatsApp.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay, Demba.
Yes, sir.
I think I understand your question, but we could not implement the reforms that we want until we have a president. Can we implement these reforms right now with Adama Barrow in place? Don't forget, whatever is passed in the National Assembly has to be ascended by Adama Barrow or vetoed. So what we are saying is, and to your point, the fact that man mangi wax ne dañ bëgg nit ko xamne dafa educated, integrity am nako, can be trustworthy, is competent. That person must have some political background. Lolu mom nañ ko sorale. Because one of the reasons we failed today, Adama Barrow. So that puts into perspective all of these entities that are political parties that have been here. But don't forget, we do have people who are independent candidates running who have never held a government position. the likes of Ablai Jame, the likes of Ibrahim Amane, and all of these other people. As I'm by far,
correction. Ablai Jame actually held a government position. Ablai Jame was in PMO. For all his career, he was in PMO, and he ended up being the director of civil aviation. So Ablai Jame is actually not outside the system. I know him personally.
No, what I'm
he
saying
was in PMO for a very, very long time. So he did hold a government position before he
what
get
I'm
to where
saying
he
is
is.
somebody who has had a political position, like say participated as an opposition party, who has run and done these things, like what you would say for the
He ran in 2021.
Huh?
He ran in 2021, didn't he?
He did. Don't lie, why putting it like let's say, okay, I give that to you guys. So let's get back to the nitty-gritty of the question that Demba asked. That person could select. Again, we're not imposing our will on anyone. Several times, then you understand, because it's something that's hovering over the heads of the people. Coalition for System Change, Ben candidate. We may have our affiliation with other entities, but we have agreed for us to be able to succeed in bringing about the coalition, we must not be engaged in promoting one particular candidate against the other. That's done. The other thing, how do we make sure that we succeed? We cannot succeed by implementing the reforms and these agendas until we have an executive at the State House. Then now you can begin to put in place all of these reforms you want. We're going to clarify, so you understand it. If we want to put in the reforms in place right now, Demba, I don't know how we could do it. It's possible, but we don't have a National Assembly majority where we can pass these things and push them. What we are saying is, the reforms, just like Musa said, this is nothing new. Luñ warona def 2016, defuñ ko, dañ buga isi lolu back, ñu put ko on the table, moy civil service reform, prisons reform, security sector reform. Lolu yep la ñoo sorale, ñu present ko, and we have policies that we've been building. All of these opposition parties and like-minded parties, they're independent. Ideally, ñun lañ buga. We put it together and we present it to the Gambian people if we select a candidate. You're going to run a campaign based on these policies and based on this agenda and the reforms that we want. So what if Gambian we can all be proud of?
So Saul, another question. Just what expertise, if you may, do you guys bring to the table, or do your members bring to the table? What kind of expertise do you bring to the table? What expertise does your members or your leadership bring to the table? I know some of you have been around, negotiating politically and all that, but what are your individual expertise that you bring to the table, you would say? And what can you point to where you would say, okay, listen, some of our members have implemented so and so, or they created so and so, and they get to this level. What expertise do you bring to the table?
So let me answer this. I'm going to give a summary, but if you go onto the For the People, By the People page, you will find our executive there. There's a branch that I created. If you click on the person's picture, you would have a hyperlink that you can click. It'll give you the resume of the individual, number one. It'll tell you how much experience that person has. The other thing is, Musa, you've already said this. Myla Toure, Joe Sambu, Keba Foon, Salum Jai, who is not our executive, but he's part of the group. Right. And all of these guys, yes, you have to give them credit. My brother Alagiso is here, but you have to give them credit. They know what the challenges are going to be. This time you decide we're going to start this process very early. Last year, in July, may not be out there in news media because it was not completely successful, but then couldn't you begin the process. The Musa you want for you like questions. And it was great that a few people came from Atlanta, Deglu, because that was the beginning of having the conversation of doing talk by 6 months, 4 months, bala election, you form a coalition. It'll come down the road, but we wanted to start the process now. All of us, man as the secretary of the organization, Keba Foon as the chairman, Joe Sambu as the vice chair, Myla Toure as the public relations officer, Aisen as our mass movement committee chair, and she is the coordinator also. because he's holding both positions. Keba is holding the position of liaison because Sal has a lot of busy. So we would have had Sal, but Sal ninyo ham nañ ko. And then you have a position where we would have a legal advisor, somebody who would tell us the things that we need to look out for in terms of the constitution. So registration organization in Gambia, how do we go about doing that? Fees and the fundraising, what do we do? All of these people combined, Demba, I could successfully say that being here for 30 years, Gambia, if you add that average to all of these 6 people, okay, you're talking over 100 years of experience. That's what I'm putting across to you. Of experience, having worked in some entity or having held some responsibility, like Keba Foon. Joe is running his business now. I've been in the teaching field. I worked for Volkswagen. I worked for all of these organizations. So we are bringing together our experience from here in the West. We do not have political experience, though, of running a government. That is why we're reaching out to the people who know, because all politics is local. Responsible That's what we're bringing on the table.
Sol, good answer. We're going to allow our brother, Alaji Sow. I remember a long time ago, it looks like, when we were all discouraged. It was before 2016. And this guy was running his mouth, talking about raising funds, creating an organization. GDF, if there is somebody that owns it, the idea is Alaji Sow. The Lolumoy digger. Alaji, it's been a while.
Wow,
Papullo
Assalamualaikum. Dama tune rek may dega suma tour, suma brother Saul. Mu daw suma yaram tuuti ma ne xaaral ma call ma ne tamit ma contribute si tuuti. Waaye balaa maa dem Musa. Xam nga lan mooy meaning daane maayo. Maa ngi dégg Sol di wax daane maayo.
River boobu Kawur la rek moo tax I want them to move the capital. Boole leen ko
am nga Kawur ak Farafenni xam nga lan mooy meaning daane maayo.
Daane maayo mooy by the river, right?
Waaw mooy si baati géej gi because woodi pul la. Daande mooy baat maayo mooy géej, huh?
Yes.
Wow, so loolu la ma dégg naa gaay ko di use ma ne ba ñu ngi use tam bi ba xam nañ leen la min si pol waaye is a woodi pol la waaye anyway man demoon naa one time maa ngi demoon naa ba si sa kër sax I don't know if you can remember that.
Yes.
Wow, so Demba ngari ma mi salminima so
Thank you for coming.
Good to see you.
So mangi dege yange make reference. No man dem na Gambia guy TM about 7 months. Only a part of sacrifice bila on. There are people they paid ultimate prices, see here Gambia. Guy TM and maf so on na for torop, I mean yala hamdi ma for daj for 7 months against my will guy TM of but loli si part of here bila. There are people you have menus sigina sona. Then you try it but lima wax mo mang len don deglu great conversation dama dey follow sen programme bi gisuma fi coach Kanja tay tak
yeah the usual
great conversation Musa may na girem baha because some ñu bari sona nañ ñu bari people get burnt out am na ñoo xam ñu ngi topoto sen soxla yi waaye bente you guys every Sunday sen busy schedule bi you come out here di wax loolu dafa baax torop loolu so mang len say girem bu baaxa so mang don deglu conversation bi te kuma waxoon ne 2016 bu ñoo def coalition dañ toogaat tey ñuy wax façon format beneen coalition xam nga kenn du ko gom at that time
exactly
but here we are today so it's all part of the process daf dina jël time so maa ngi dégg na ngay laajte very legitimate because li ñoo wax ne jàng nañ we made mistakes understand nga man suma boppa you talking about GDF fu mu nekk suma xol bi dafa le waaye I had to resign from the idea because dafa demon be buga collapse.
Yes.
No, I had to resign because man I was like a dictator with that idea. Because I loved it. Why bu ma gisee ma xamne mu ngi collapse rek ma resign because demon na be nga xamne am nañ fa xaalis ma xamne legi stakeholders yi ken du dem. So ma resign strategically then ma start di ko agitate from outside. And it was dafa successful. So yes, we made mistakes, but in the absence of those mistakes, luñ am tey duñ ko mun a am man bima génnee because man dama neglect on suma family. People pay the price in this, but I remember buma jeexalee affaire yi, I sat down with my kids. I gave them a story. I remember this baby Aisha that was in jail, mile 2 ak yaayam. I don't know if anybody can remember that.
Yes.
So I told my kids, you see, part of the fight Luma don't have is to free a child that was in jail, and the mother was, did Yaya Jammeh do that? He put a baby in jail? Manalen, yes. And that was very convincing to my kids. So no komuna sete. Billahi wallahi kitabi, we did amazing things. Of course, mistakes were made. Why lulu mistakes we worta tax nak ñu ne dañoo continue, because lead to me, man xam nga tukulor si la day wax ne mu ne Alhaji Sow du politician, man duma politician. Man, I see things from two perspectives. It is black or white. There's nothing in the middle. Man duma politician. Why dégg naa yéen a ngi wax dañoo def ñu joxaat politicians si gars yi jam fa ñu again, if I hear you guys clearly. But those are the only tools yoo xam ne am nañ ko. Luñ xeex we have to give it back to the politics. We have to give it back to the democratic process. In the process, duñ leen mun a forcer ak yooyu noonu. And I hear that. Why man li ma believe mooy loolu warta tax ñu continue to try to make some changes, because in the absence of change, progress du mus di am. So léegi man li ma believe mooy it doesn't matter. We gonna form another coalition. You make a change. Soon you jump fire again. Soon demate be ega one time. The people you they vote Gambia, the locals, they are able to hold the government to one term. Fofu la ñoo xam ne ñun so la to form a coalition. Because the voter be so amee awareness bi nga xam ne false promises are made. Election demat, even suñu amul term limit mu ngi si loxo naka la the voter. They can hold the leader to one term. So loolu moo tax nañ continuer rek billahi fu mu nekk ni Gambia dafa change, and you'll be surprised. Man, I am of the belief, sir, this year, locals are doing votal Adamba. Because man, dama dey dem si village si deki, as we speak right now, man ngi amee suma yena mbokk seen yaram, because Adamba dafa dem ñetti yoon di leen promise. Guy ñoom, like suma mbokki police in some areas, ñoom they always go with government. Government rek lañ dey votal. Why government yaa ngi leen a promise di fail, di leen fenal. So awareness am na si biir dëkk bi de, you will be very surprised this year. 2026, change am. Why bente we cannot take those buy popular vote nañ form a coalition. So lingena def is very important. Understand nga? I mean, questions you know like fini, they are very legitimate, because ku nekk fi am na fi baggage. So take note of lu ñoo wax yeb ngeen take note. Talk nit ñu waxtaan. Let's try and form a coalition. You gene fa, like even Adama Barrow, you don't pave the streets of the Gambia with gold, sir. Man, I'm a true believer of change. Shouldn't pave swing Dikabi with gold. After 2 terms, he needs to go. Let's give a chance to other person.
Correct.
I'm a true believer of that. So lingena if man get him, ma continue the deglu. Why dal man mangi si support, this support. Kuma waxone man na am energy sa call at si platform di wax. I don't. But it doesn't mean that man I'm not active. I am Musa Sumala waxe diga. Buñ ma fasiyé sol di wax fi net it was very difficult bu ma démé gaay jappama man xékat la, because affaire trouble bi bu mu jéxé fini man dama anda, I was like ñun ñoy naka la Alhaji Mustafa di ko dé waxé di fo njéréer yi ñun ñoy di fo njéréer ñu dem Dakar.
Alhaji Mustafa
wa loolu la da wax mu ne fo njéréer yi mu ngi ci dëgg ma ngi ci fen ñun ñëpp dañu sétal dañ demoon uti place waaye we were in Dakar. Man, struggle bi dafa jeex I took it upon myself. Ma yóbbu xeex bi si street Gambia. Waaye ñu nga fa téye. That's a topic of its own. I went through hell. Waaye loolu dafa change my perspective. Dama ñëwaat Canada. Ma bàyyi suma liggéey. May delluwaat Gambia. I spend more time in the Gambia. As we speak, I mean, maybe it's not even confidential. Suma boti dañ yaaxu Gambia. Even if I want bu ma bëggee join programme bi, my wife had to help me to do it. So it was a tough fight, but I'm telling you, man, I have confidence in it, and we will get it done in so many different ways. We will not give up. Every now and then, them will call my fini tanga jir, but we are not going to give up.
So I mean, just to Alaji, thank you very much. And again, I really, Masi Alaji moderator, I mean, I would never give up, and a lot of you would never give up on Gambia, because people are playing politics as usual. that it was just, this is just the normal politics. You join any party you want, you do whatever you want, you say today, today, Elenga change. If people are doing that and we play this as there has not been any cost for the struggle, this is where my blood boils. Okay, this is where I get really, really agitated, and this is where I'm willing to put in my everything, put my life on the line, and a lot of you are willing to do it to make sure that the change that we fought for in 2016 or leading to 2016 was not free, because people paid blood, limb, and their sweat, their families, for the change that we have. And this is where I was encouraging you earlier to say, let's mobilize the Gambian people to say the reason why we got here. Adam Abaro has divided and departed from that reason. And some of the people that we've been fighting with, they went and joined him. And they have also departed from that cost. The Gambian people understand what it took us to get here. And they knew that we lost loved ones. We lost a lot of people in this struggle. And therefore, when we get back to the table, we can say, listen, the reason why we fought to get Adam Abaro here, or to get our country here, is because we wanted change. And that change has not happened. We changed personnel, we removed Jame, but we have not got the fundamental change that we want. I think this is a message that is going to resonate with the Gambian people, with the electorate, with the diaspora. And if you're going to mobilize resources, this is what is going to resonate with the Gambian people. So the change that we wanted, that the change that we want for our future generation in Gambia, those things are not happening. And therefore, Adam Barrow does not deserve to even contest for a third term. First and foremost. Second, and we need to get our people to vote. The diaspora need to vote. Whatever conversation that you have, we have to get to the table and let every decent Gambian know that we've paid a heavy price for this. And therefore, we're going to continue this fight. And that's the reason why people are sitting here for 3 hours and listening. They have some other things to do. They have vested interest in Gambia. We love our country. And we're going to do everything possible to change that country. And so I will encourage you. I would encourage anybody. So my uncle paid a heavy price, but there are some people who paid the ultimate price. And I am not going to go to sleep knowing that those things have not been achieved. And they just ignore what is going on in Gambia. Or go about my vacations and come back and be muted. Thank you very much, Alagi, for your sacrifice. And for everybody else for your sacrifice.
Demba, I want to push back on the last statement that you made, that all we did was replace Jammeh with Barrow. I think sometimes we forget that the work that was done was not all lost. I don't believe that. I think Gambia is at a different place. Like you said, the existential threat that we had during the time of Jammeh, running an election against Jammeh was extremely difficult. We were under a dictatorship. I wouldn't mince my words. I don't think that's the Gambia of today. Let's call it for what it is. Was there a betrayal? Absolutely. Self-perpetuating that we were fighting? We did not get that. But I do believe the political dispensation that is in the Gambia today, in as much as I call it our evolving democracy, notwithstanding the betrayal, it's not where we were eve of 2016. We are at a different place. And when I say this, it's not because of what Barrow has done.
Musa, I'm going to push back. I'm going to be serious Maron today. And I'm going to push back. You know the reason why I'm going to push back, right? Musa, how many years did it take Jammeh? How many years did it take Jammeh to imprison our political leaders? How much years did it take Jammeh, to kill a woman?
What I'm saying is,
let me push back. I'm gonna let you finish.
Musa.
Huh?
Musa, I deganala. It's all, listen, Mante munna dugasi plane, Madam Gambia. Munna dem fofunon. Why the fear be magis moy? If you look at the moving parts, luor barote. Let's remove Barrow out of this. Luor barote, it's very scary. Just take a look at him. Because Sedat, they make progress, but just like Demba is pushing back, there's a pushback here, and it's mounting. Because Sedat, new war barote, soko setle, billahi wallah is very scary. Tebuko underestimate.
I think there is something bigger than the personalities.
Why bullet underestimate? Because
look, we will never get it to a point where Hamne. Even if we have a coalition tomorrow that will remove Barrow, you're gonna see characters your Hamne. We're not gonna be very. I'm telling you, that's just the reality. It's the nature of the beast. And
why understand why at the same time nit yang deka bange evolve ñu ngi janga individual voters man gis nga at the end of the day man voters I want to count on the voters ku nekk Sare Pato Masamba Mademba ñuy la bëgg vote on because bés bu Gambia toogee ñu am leader ñu hold ko to one term xam nga lo daf di am America
but the voters will term limit them. In fact, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask Saul. After 2016, I do believe, without a doubt, our politics has changed a lot. Really, it wasn't like during the Jammeh days. Barrow is getting confronted. I mean, freedom of the press is out there. Gambians are aware. Every pronouncement that he makes, people will come back at him. So the Gambian people are aware the alternatives out there. So my question is, we are a multi-party democracy. Why can't we take our message to the Gambian people to convince them to vote for change? And just say, you know what? Because clearly, I mean, you can go from Banjul to Koina and speak directly. I mean, you said Fini, be UDP trying to cross Bara and then you stop landing them. I don't think those days are over. I mean, you can go from Banjul to Koina and speak to the electorate. Take your message to them. That's the reality of today. It has nothing to do with Baronak. It's something that we all.
But Musa, let me ask you some questions. Again, I mentioned this earlier. How long did it take Jammeh to get to a place where he arrested all political leaders and imprisoned them and insult our people? Barrow is just 7 years into power. They are already, they are already trying to stop. They are already trying to stop, journalists from freely advocating. They are trying to stop, imams. Musa, they are using our institution. They are using our institution. They are using the National Assembly to mislead people. Come on, Musa.
I'm not going to hold Barrow. This is about Lima Moine. What you are trying to do, forget about 7 years. 7 years into Jammeh's presidency, Gambia was off a cliff. I mean, we were in fully fledged dictatorship. People were getting arrested. There was an NIA all over the place. You speak to any Gambian, you know what? Gambia was under a police state. That's not where Gambia is. Again, it has nothing to do with Barrow. It has something to do with what we fought to bring about those fundamental changes.
No, I mean, Musa, that's where I'm going to push back. Who is the president today? Who is the president today?
When was Data Haidara murdered? What year?
2006.
2006. So I'm telling you, in this early part of, wasn't that his second?
Well, that was 10 years. That was 10 years after Jammeh came into power. That was 10 years after Jammeh came into power. When was Hussein Udab arrested and in prison? That was 20 years after Jammeh came into power. I am telling you that we are inching. This is not what you and I fought for. Musa, if you think that
Barrow cannot take us back, it's not possible.
Yes, he is taking us back. Barrow is taking us back.
Gambians will not stand for that. The very things that Jammeh was used to get away with, there is absolutely no way, no how. We can't go back. Like Kamala Harris would say, we cannot go back to that. It's not possible. It's not
we are going back. Musa, it's a civilized dictator. A democracy is more fragile than a dictator because a dictator keeps an iron fist over the people. Now, a democracy that somebody that wants to enthrone himself, Barrow is going to be in power for the next 20 years.
Does he have?
If you and I let him,
he does.
Wait, let me finish. If you and I let him, he's going to be in power for the next 20 years. He's going to disenfranchise you as a diaspora. He's going to use the parliament to do whatever you want. Who do we have? We have the sitting guys. We have the Fabakar Tombojaras. Those are the people that we have. Who is going to put in the IC?
I'm going to defend those things. That is why we need the change. But I'm not going to sit here and allow people to think where we were during the time. All we did was change positions and people That's not true. We did much.
Nobody is telling you that. Nobody is telling you that. What I'm telling you, this is not where we want to be. This is not where we wanted to be. We wanted to be further than this. We want to be further than this. This is not where you and I want to be. You want to be able to vote. Your children want to be able to vote. Go ahead.
I actually agree. And that is why there is a need to vote him out of office and roll the dice on a new system that will do that. That will bring a new constitution. That will
Musa. Why would we roll the dice? We should.
Say it again.
Why do we want to roll the dice?
No, because there are a lot of people basically saying there are no guarantees that if Barrow were to be replaced, it will be same old, same old. I'm saying, even if there are no guarantees, because the moment you get into the presidency, it comes with executive powers. Like Demba was saying, who's going to enforce it? So I'm saying I'm willing to roll the dice for change sake. Because whatever system we have now, it's not going to take us to the next level. I don't believe that. That is why.
Okay, so as we wrap up, Musa, I'm going to use Bernie Sanders' words in one of these rallies that he has talked about. First of all, we need to raise money. We will need contribution, because without that, we wouldn't be able to get what we want. But where do we go from here? What kind of Gambia do we want? The message, I think, is along the lines of what Bernie Sanders said. We have to organize ourselves, the diaspora. We need to get away from disorganization. We have to organize ourselves. We cannot win this fight without organizing ourselves. Barrow is organizing himself. He has been organizing himself. By organizing ourselves and forming what I believe and what Coalition for System Change believes is a coalition, a grand coalition, that is going to take us to get back into the fight. And if we fight effectively and we fight with intelligence, we have to be smart in the way we do it, not roll the dice, Musa. I understand what you're saying. You're not saying just play dead, but I understand what you're saying. But we have to use our intelligence. We have to use our smarts and apply what these politicians who have had years of experience and put it on the table. And then we can go out and sell it to the Gambian people. I forgot to mention one of our executives in our organization, which is Yesa Jawara Samba. I don't know if that name is familiar, but again, if you go into the page, you will find them there. There's 8 of us there. And there's a ton of years of experience that I think Gambians can see that these people, however controversy some of them might have created, they all see one thing. Gambia can killing, Bena Gambia, Gambia Goto, Gambia Folk Olingo. We want one Gambia. And if we don't do that, a house divided will fall. This is what the message is that we want to send to our Gambian people. Let's raise funds, let's organize, let's be smart and intelligent in the way we go about this. If we do that, we will be able to change our country come 2026.
So what is your strategy in recruiting Gambians on the diaspora in particular? Apart from just coming on the platforms and then talking about your program, what is your ground game to recruit the diaspora into this organization that you have?
Essentially, the question that you asked them is a great question. We don't necessarily, at this point in time, we don't necessarily have to recruit people to join the organization. What we're trying to do is to raise funds. This is an overarching goal of saying, if you want to join Coalition for System Change, fine, you can join. The information is there, and the phone number is there where you can reach out to Keba Phone, the chairman, or you can reach out to me on Facebook. You can go onto our Facebook page, Coalition for System Change. We have a website. You can also email us. But what we want right now is the focus of raising funds. My brother Alagiso and I have had conversations. You, Demba, and I have had these conversations. What we want to do is begin to raise funds, and that is going to come in a few weeks. Once Keba settles down in the Gambia and we have our registration process done, we should be able to reach out to Gambians. Again, we will come back to this platform for the people, by the people, because this is the platform that belongs to all of us. It was created for that purpose, and this is where we're going to come back and use this platform to galvanize the citizens of Gambians in the diaspora.
Yeah, hello.
We lost him, huh?
Yeah, so he must have gotten a call again. So Musa, at the end of the day, there is something that we pirate on this platform or on some of our platforms, and you are good in doing this.
But
You're good in
Musa,
telling Gambians.
then
You're good in telling
Bukona,
Gambians that we're not at the same place that we were. That things seems a little bit rosy in the Gambia. But Musa, if you look at the political projections in the Gambia right now, where we're leading to right now, we are on a dangerous trajectory. We are on a dangerous trajectory. It's not enough for you and I to go on vacation to Gambia and to do our investments and all that kind of stuff. It's not enough to do that. I mean, we have to recognize what the threats are. We have to see them for what they are, and and we recognize them and we start sounding the alarm. And as far as I'm concerned, Adama Barrow's bid for a third term is an existential threat. It is actually setting us back as a society, despite all the gains that we've made. We have made some gains. There is no question about it. We have made some gains, but it's easy to lose those gains, Musa. You have witnessed that in the US right now. You see where we're at. And this is what democracy brings you. Democracy can bring you a candidate that is an excellent candidate, but democracy can bring you a government that is a destructive government. So I am saying we need to be very, very conscious of what Adama Barrow is doing and his government. They are getting onto a level. Dr. Sisa is coming online every single day, attacking people, trying to intimidate people, trying to shut down people. Sabali joined Barrow, the NPP, because Sabali was one of the reasons he was intimidated. Dr. Sisa joined because he was intimidated. So the government is able to silence people into joining them. And you see that, and that is the threat.
No. These people were not intimidated to join NPP. Trust me. This is the same old.
They were not arrested and jailed.
No.
They were not arrested and jailed.
If you think that Dr. Sisa was
they were not enticed with money, come on, Paramos. You know they were not enticed.
Demba, Dr. Sisa joined NPP with eyes wide open. He knew exactly what he was doing. It has nothing to do with intimidation.
He has been enticed to join the NPP for a ministerial position. That's why the reason why he joined them.
People are going to make their calculations. That's exactly what somebody did.
Then we will call them out for what it is. We will call them for what it is, and that's what it is. What is that they've been intimidated first, and then they enticed.
Hold on. In the most ideal democracy, I am telling you, you saw the Lindsey Grahams of this world. You saw the current foreign minister, Secretary of State. I mean, what's his name again? From Florida. He's speaking reading from a totally different hymn sheet. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. I'm not protecting or defending anyone. All I'm saying is these folks were not intimidated. They are political prostitutes. They saw an opportunity and that they took it. It has nothing to do with being intimidated or anything like that. Demba, Bilawal Kitabi. By you saying that,
so you don't believe that Dr. Sisa partially joined the government because there were efforts to shut him down. You don't believe that Sabali joined the government because he was giving a pickup truck and all that kind of stuff. Let's be realistic.
In Gambia, there are people that they have integrity, political integrity. They will not move an inch. These people join. I mean, let's be fair. Just like going all the way back during the PPP days, Solbaji. People were making calculations, whether it was Abin Jai aligning with Jawara, whether it was MC Cham moving from UP to, that has always been the name of the game. People make conscious decisions, what's in it for them, for their own political career. That is the truth. These people were not intimidated or anything like that. Hamga, now, to give you, is the country heading in the wrong trajectory? I absolutely agree. Can we afford another 5 years of Adama Barrow? I don't think the country will be better off. I think bringing in a new leader is good for Gambia and it's good for our politics and it's good for our democracy.
Bingo.
Musa. Well, legi dama bëggoon comment man laajte Sol because yéen ko laajte very very relevant questions, si lu effort su ñoo make, huh? Musa yow ak Demba ak yéen ak ñoom coach ak ñoom banka, yéen yaaga ngeen si process bi, understand nga? Going back to ST, I don't know how you call it, you call it NAT. Man, I was not part of the effort at the time.
Right.
So legi mange dega yena nge wax ne UDP is the biggest party, understand nga? Yena mange dega tamit doy. But now, given my experiences, the little knowledge that I have, the little strategy Buma FC behind the scenes, I like to connect dots, the follow patterns, and look at chemistry. Now, Saul, Yamadega, man, I have come to a point. I realize ne UDP ak DOI, I'm in chemistry. They cannot work together. Yena Madega. I am a true, and I ask myself, I bang my head on the wall, and I'm like, okay, let me just take it to a different level, sir. Halifa Salak Usainu Dabo. And I ask myself, I was like, what is it? Munuma am answered, and I have asked around. Just in 2016, giving the little glimpse of information Bohamne Amon Nako, I had this feeling swing efforts they will fall apart simply because these two folks that are very influential and very powerful in that country, the two cannot work together. A true believer of that. Buma ege bunjoge Dakar, Buma ege Gambia, I made an effort. We met Usainu Dabo. That is the early stages of things. I also met Halifa Sallah briefly at Kairaba Avenue. When I looked at the two, my feels and energy, and these are very powerful people, I said to myself, in fact, meeting Bobu Amona Usainu Dabo, Bumagise guy, and I had a conversation with Asan Martin and few other people. And I told them outright, by the look of things, these two folks, they cannot say, I don't know what difference is like I'm saying. And this is very costly. So, Manelen, if these two people cannot work together, we are going to run into issues. And I said this well before Muhapunsa, when I like to predict things. Man, at the moment Usainu Dabo get back in the game, Halifa will take the next exit. And that's exactly what happened. So then what I like tay munna wahne tay. Nyom ñaar rek Usainu Dabo Halifa Sallah genuinely ñu génn in the streets of Gambia. Ñu tiyante loxo. Billahi wallahi, that will send a strong message in that country. Luta, why? I don't understand. So coming back to Jobe tay, man, anybody could make coalition effort because you have to look at chemistry. You have to look at ngayobukosi labi. Ngajel kolabi, nga mix of kolabi, what works and what doesn't work. That is part of strategy. Huh?
Yeah.
This much I can say. If you put a formula of colors, the color of UDP and DOI together, dumuna them. Given the fact. And somebody is clearly saying here, nobody can do it alone. And if we have to do it, UDP have to be in the forefront because they have the numbers. Well, DOI also have to be there, but these two, the combination B, it will not work. Man, I can just literally, scientifically look at the results, but it will not work. So going into this, you also have to factor that in. Now, you know what? Maybe let's take a different variation here. Let's look at chemistry bohamne munna work. And you can just say, let's do it with UDP with other groups, or you can do it with DOI with another group, or possibly you say, you know what? The left and the right, them, let's look for a third option. All these strategies have to be on the table. But this much I can say, the chemistry of UDP and DOI, those two, they operate in parallel lines. Because Halifa Sallah wahon na lena, wahbu hont, gis lañ ko laajte woon. Mune gene ya jamme pexe la woon. Waaye jubluwaay bi nekkul benn.
Correct.
It's a loaded message.
Yes, I remember that statement.
That is a loaded message. So yen liggéey in the name of Gambia, things are tough. Sen jubluwaay nekkul benn. Well then, come on now, what's the point coming together? Because it's just like dafa nekk a marriage of convenience. Say bi dafa tas. And I also further ask myself, I mean, God, in the name of Gambia, I am willing, wallahi, to shake hands with anybody. I don't care what the differences are. Why can't these two set aside their differences?
But let me say this, because I remember that question was posed to Halifa a while back, and his answer was, look, Gambians trying to kind of make these, whatever differences we have is personal. He doesn't think it's anywhere close to being personal. Like you, Alaji Sow, I do believe for DOI and UDP to work together, I mean, that's a Herculean task. That's very difficult. And I think that is going to be one of the most difficult part of Nyom Sol, what they are trying to do. Like you said, if those two parties can hold hands and say, you know what, the change that we anticipated in 2016 did not happen, and we have to come again to bring about that change, I think Gambians will vote for them in droves. I have no doubt about that. NPP is calculating now. DOI and UDP will never be able to work together, just like Jammeh used to do, making that calculation. Now, these two parties, Buko Dega, Wahjay Barirek, but if it comes down to it, they will not be able to work together. And a coalition will never be complete or viable. Manlawade, I may be wrong as hell, without those two parties playing a significant role, Gambian Sigisco. Because sometimes in elections, there's the psychological aspect. When they see these two parties, the direction or the trajectory, like you said, Demba, Gambia is heading in the wrong direction. Corruption is all over the place. So we need the change. So if these two people were able to come and say, hey, we have to change shift direction, we got to stop these people. Barrow is going to be history. He'll be lucky even if he pulls 20-something.
So furthermost, between the, just to weigh in on here, between PDIS and UDP, and I'm always honest about, my observations and all that.
Yeah.
I think these people cannot work together for the long time because they have different political ideology. Okay, they're coming together is only meant for temporarily and to mitigate, some issues that we have, and this is why we were able to come together, in 2016.
Yes.
Right, is to be able to do the reforms, is to be able to do, some of the fundamental reforms that Halifa and others are advocating. The only way they can come together again is for Usainu Dabo and Halifa Sallah to realize, well, you know what, we are now senior citizens. We're inching to the last half of our life. So, and this country is still leading in the wrong direction. Right? So we need to, this is our last effort. I have been advocating since I know myself as a young, a political activist. I grew up under PDIS. Okay? There is not a single issue of PDIS or Fourier that I have not read. I grew up, I always take pride in saying that, I was politically educated by them. I have always advocated during this time that having Usainu Dabo and Halifa Sallah in the same room, the outcome of that, as Alaji is saying, the outcome of that is always powerful. Okay? Yeah. It's always powerful. But their political dynamism is different. Their political following is different. Right? I mean, the UDP is looking to establish itself in power. No matter what it takes, it's looking to establish itself in power and be the dominant force for the next generation to come. You can say of PDIS, the political party was formed also to get into power. But you can see in Halifa and others, they're willing to sacrifice. They're willing to sacrifice a lot of the things that they're doing in order to have the change that we have. I don't think you can say the same thing of UDP. You know what I mean? So UDP is politically trying to dominate, the power. And I mentioned this during the change, that I am worried about one political party being an absolute dominance in the Gambia. And I would say this, I don't care, what people would say. This is my opinion. I don't want any one political party dominating Gambia for the next 50 years. That is not good for our democracy. But that's what every political party is trying to do, is to get in power and then dominate. Right? This is why these two people cannot work together. And you know what? It is not true that the difference between Halifa and Dabo are personal. I mean, so. I get to be close to both of these people, and their difference is not personal. It is not true. It is the followers behind some of these people that have made this thing personal. These two people are patriotic Gambians. They have paid their political price for this country. And I am telling you, if there is anybody who's willing to put their differences aside again to get Gambia to the next level. It will be these two people. But you cannot convince Khalifa that when UDP comes into power, they are not going to do exactly what Barrow is doing right now. You cannot. So I mean, I have spoken to close people that are in the UDP that says if you were to bring in the political number, the political power from the UDP, and you bring in the political integrity or the intellectual powers from PDIS, then you have a formidable two. You have a formidable two. The question is, how do you bring those people to up? Right? So that is what we have. But John, we have to push. And I believe that there is one more last chance for us to push on UDP and on PDIS to come together once again to say the person that we selected to take us to the next level is actually taking us back. So therefore, one more time, your legacy being cemented as really forming another coalition, really to stop, to have the term limit, a new constitution, and also to have the diaspora board. These two people would be willing to sign off on this for the rest of their life. Thank you very much.
So as we close, Musa,
yes,
let me take this opportunity to thank our Gambian brothers.
Seeing in 3 hours bit of a yaga. Now you're not realizing it. We've been here almost over 3 hours.
You're taking 3 deals away from me today. 3 deals.
and there goes the cost, Demba. How much money have you sacrificed to sit here and
cost,
talk
right?
about advocating for your country? Same thing for Musa, myself, and you. It's 4:37. Because I'm feeling this is a very important thing. Because you guys, if you are a everybody is engaged in something very critical, and we promise the Gambian people that you want a very coalition for system change. As a secretary, Dama deal jukal to Musa Jeng for the people by the people. I know I have participated in this platform before. I want to thank my brother Demba and Alagi Sow for coming back today. This is very historic, Lala Wahane. When was the last time we saw Alagi Sow on a platform, any platform? So there's a reason why you get definitely. And these are people you have on Bala 2016. The man I would take the back seat. All I was talking about is education. But in closing, Musa Jeng,
yes,
Coalition for System Change wants for us to talk about these very fundamental key things, the elephants in the room. Degala Khalifa Saleh, with all due respect, Khalifa has his own ways. Lulla Buga. We can't take it away from him. He has to guard what he wants. The same thing with Hussein Udabo. The same thing with all of these other opposition parties and political parties. The same thing with you, Musa Jeng, and me. Something we hold dear to us. The key is if we held those things differently without bringing our thoughts and our ideas together and fundamentally build a grand coalition, are we going to achieve what we want for Gambia? At their age, to Demba's credit, what they need to think about, te loolu lañ leen a ñaan ne xalaat leen réew mi ngeen bàyyi ngum tuuti li nga xam ne loolu ngeen gis as your political parties ak li ngeen bëgga. Musa Jeng wax na ko fii. There are things that DOI has, that UDP has, that we have, that other political parties have. Why can't we bring those things together and then look at our differences? This is how we can build that coalition. Nañ seet what is in our best interest. Loo xam ne ñun ñëpp am nañ ko te bëgg ko réew mi ñu isi ko. Luñ ci differences, we see how we can bring some things together and then how we can change certain things. This is what Coalition for System Change wants to implement. That we must advocate to protect the vulnerable folks. Suñ jigéen ñi nga xam ne suñ demee di jaay si marché bi mu am ku leen a topp foofu noonu daaxal leen te ñu mu óor nit ñi ñun suñ yaay yëpp dañ doon man suma yaay daf doon jaay si marché bi Musa. That's how she was able to supplement my stepfather to pay my school fees. The same thing with most of us. Tough Africa Global, yaayam daf doon jaay. So why are we marginalizing them and having a GRA director who says, I'm going to go and host some kind of a banquet and reward Mohammed Jah Oil for paying their taxes? It's a ridiculous thing to think about, man, Musa. Yow réew mi ñu la fail, ñu la jox security, ñu la allow nga establish a business and become wealthy. Why so fair as a tax and la wara reward for paying? Why aren't they bringing the young women in Farafenni? Jigéen ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi sonna foofu noonu. Why can't lu tax Yankuba Dabo du leen isi mu jox leen award for paying their taxes? A matter of fact, we know these wealthy people are not paying the right taxes. If they were paying the required taxes, we were pay. Remi dina neka fenen. Ñun loolu ñoo wax ne dañ bugg a change, dañ bugg a système bi nga xam ne moom lañ buggoon in 2016. Ñu implement ko su ko defee ñu protect our women folk, we protect our children, we protect our older folks. Ñu retire ñu jox leen retirement package boo xam ne dinañ am dignity. Loolu lañ bugga, ñun loolu lañ buggal suñu réew Musa Jeng.
Yes, so I mean, we'll let Ali. I mean, Alaji Sow, you can have your last word because ñu koy yàgg si, and then Demba would have his last word as well.
Mané ko jere ngeen jëf Musa man kay maa ngi ñaax rek ñu continuer because man daal nu ko gisee mooy dañoo try rek affaire moom trial and error la man noonu laa foog naa noonu laa gisee politics so ñu maa ngi ñaax di kay daal politicians yi at the end of the day luñ mun di def yëpp ñoom lañ koo jox waaye ñoom itam dañ war a sacrifice because toog fi di wax ne su guys yi winee they go back and do whatever it is that they want loolu is kind of discouraging waaye ñu ngi ñaax guys yi ñoom itamit I mean like sa credibility nit ki sa credibility dafa important and so loolu tax ñu ngi ñaax guys yi daal suñ effort bi yëpp suñ ko defaatee ñu delloo ko politicians yi let them do the right thing loo xam ne moom moo gën si dëkk bi because at the end of the day look at it you go back depuis Jawara and it is very vicious di ngeen nekk si position yoo xam ne ngeen abuse position yi ñaxi nit yi and you look at ñoom nuñ dee nuñ dee mujjee gis nga mujj bu rafet dafa baax so ñoom itamit dañ war a dañ war a def loo xam ne daal dafa gën si dëkk bi because at the end of the day suñ leen joxe responsibility bi defuñ ko I mean loolu moo ma dee gën a discourage saa yu ñu waxee rek suñ ko joxee politicians yi mbaa ñu ne politique nii la war a mel pour ti warta waruñoo déggu xam nga man loolu is very discouraging pour man so ñoom itam dañ war a déggu xam nga déggu dafa war a nekk loo xam ne dafa digg dafa baax si nit at the end of the day xam nga di nga fa génna nga am sa record nga am sa njaboot yaa ngi am ñu bari ñu ngi laa respect xam nga lu ñoo wax si gars yi seetaan ñoom Sabally lu ñoo sotti ñoom Sabally tey ak all the records yu amoon mu ngi am ay xarit nga seetaan and I have to mention this name nga seen ñoom Ismaila Ceesay like there's some other people mun naa ko kii Sidi Ceesay ku ma daan bokkal Freedom Radio tey damaa dem Gambie sax Sidi Ceesay tan moo di bëgg a gis ma mënuma understand naka lan Musa man nekkuma si government musuma nekk ministre waaye lan moo dee jot nit yi ndeka leen dee ceeñee man mënuma understand like Seehu Mballo maa ngi ko déglu man ak Seehu Mballo dañ daan nekk si Freedom Radio tey Seehu si waxee dama dee bëgg a jël suma boppam hit ko si wol ma ne what's going on here
that's the nature of the game that's the nature of politics.
Musa I disagree no they want to buy this the nature of the game it's not the nature of the game
it is though
but you come to kind of no gis nga foog naa ne Musa gis nga nit su jubut musuloo jub si sa life I think ñu fa nekkatee ñuy change rek musu ñoo jub man I truly believe ne maybe Demba Balde I truly believe in this guy foog naa Demba suñ ko fa dugalee Demba du mandi waaye ku fa diggari ñoom dañoo sniff affaire yi ñëppay mandi man mënuma understand loolu it's like way xanaa noonu lañ meloon seen life yi musu ñoo jub ñu dugga si biir government bi rek affaire yi amplify ko
I don't think they don't jubadi per se. I think that would be a stretch. Let's say
so Musa let me push back. Are you saying Musa okay léegi Musa yow ñu ñëw kay ñu jox la place ñu jël la as an example ñu ne nañ jël Musa ñu def ko ministre for a week or 2 weeks ñu seet ndax Musa tamit na mandi what is it I don't believe that man daal foog naa man
your thing is anyone right now even Demba Balde sax suñ ko call on because you know what pick him and make him a minister the moment he joins the bandwagon it means that whatever he has always done he never gomud lulu and I kind of disagree. There are people
no Musa stop I mean sometimes the way I mean Jobe is very very important you know what I mean wherever you go your words is what defines you as a human being. You can be a minister of information. You can go out there and do your work without having to compromise your integrity and your values.
There are people, let's say the Minister of Higher Education. I mean, nobody is going to look at that guy and say his heart is in the right place, even though he's working for the wrong government.
But resign. So they may funga
no, why no nag bro. I mean, I don't think I would now. Musa, knowing what I know now.
No, why Musa? Musa, wallahi do muna nek nga de daga duka si nga heha e mbambu do am so fatuge.
Even
no, why Musa mema.
2026.
Musa,
Change
man,
2026. This idea is you guys are trying to drive in a point where it's almost impossible. Fen, even in the West, it doesn't exist. There are people that are going to work for governments, and you can look through the borough government. Definitely they're doing what they're supposed to do. There are people who are not doing what they're supposed to do.
Musa, that's what we're saying. I mean, we're not saying that nobody is supposed to work for the borough government or for the German government. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that
why would the Minister of Higher Education resign? Why? For what reason?
Because the kids failed. The kids fail. 95% of the kids fail.
Bro,
95% of the kids fail. Musa, there is accountability in there. It's not about the government. It's about what you're supposed to be doing.
Bro,
that's simple accountability.
In the kind of perfection we can do.
Perfection. What we want is that if you take the oath of office, Musa, you took an oath of office, and if you don't perform, you're gonna get out.
But I wouldn't say a professor.
If you don't perform, you're gonna get out.
Performing though.
You're performing. They are not performing. Majority of them are not performing. Dr. Sise is not performing what he's supposed to perform today.
Yes, Dr. Sise is not performing. Like I said, there are, like you said, Dr. Sise could have accepted the Minister of Information, and come out there and still be. Now, look, do I believe that you can be a Minister of Information and come there to be critical of the government? I don't expect him to do that. But I also do not expect him to delve into praise singing. I mean, they go so low. I mean, I don't expect him to do that. He didn't have to do that. You can be an effective Minister of Information without selling your soul. He could have done that.
And that's what, and there's an example for that. That's the example. That's what Diaspora did. That's why they removed him. When Diaspora was asked, what has changed in this government? What has changed in the system? He said the only thing that changed pretty much is the freedom that people have. They wanted him to lie on behalf of the government. He refused to lie on behalf of the government. Dr. Sise goes before the cameras every single day, says something, and the next day he retrieves it.
I totally agree.
We have to question people's integrity. I mean, you know what I mean? Citizens take oath.
Rightly so. Comely, going back to what Alaji Sow was basically saying, if I lose my thought in there for a minute.
People change when they join the government. Listen, if people tell you who they are from the beginning, you believe them. You believe them.
These people were in Jubadi. I can tell you, Gambia don't want you for Jubari.
There's a lot of people who are Jubun. Jubun, they are corrupt to the bone. Jubun, you deal with them every single day. They talk to you for an hour. The next thing, half of that conversation,
look at what is happening. Whether it's central government, whether it's local government, whether it's departments, ministries, everybody is engaged in this corruption.
Not everybody, but Jubun.
You can say everybody.
Yeah. The majority of people, the culture of corruption, prevalent. I mean, the revelation is there, whether it's central or local. It's there.
Yes.
Everybody to see. Now, is it fixable? I believe it is fixable. That is why you keep changing until you find the right person.
Correct.
I mean, there are no guarantees. Masi Musa Jengiri Wafisa Munenkovejo ministerial individual. I mean, oh my God. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, there were people in the struggle with us at Morehouse. Whether it's Sankare, whether it's Ibrahim Silla, all of these people were basically saying we were all reading from the same hymn book. Now they're totally different. What has changed?
So Musa Jubun. I mean Jubun, that's the hard part. The bad part is Jubulo. Jubun, so Jubun, even between your own family, you will not be able to be fair over there. That's we have to call people for what it is.
People coalition binyom say we work on. If we achieve it and we bring in a new government, but still, we need to have the change. That's why I call it let's roll the dice so that our democracy can evolve. Because this status quo is not sustainable. But Absolutely. One thing I want to say, my closing is, people always say, people like Usainu Dabo or Halifa Saleh, they should put Gambia first. And somehow the insinuation, when they're putting something else first. I think we need to be very careful. People spend their life, their entire life, fighting for something. Whether it's Halifa Saleh, going all the way back in the 80s. So for you to reduce everything that he has done, then he wasn't putting Gambia first. Bro, I don't think that's fair. Like,
Musa, il faut ma tontu si lolu because mention na ñom ñaar sen tour.
Adama, that's my closing and then you can come. I'm just saying, dafa naxadi ci xol. People put everything, sacrifice everything in the name of ñom what they believe is putting Gambia first. When we have to make it right. Khalifa has demonstrated consistency. Now, this is the only way that things can be done right. You can disagree, but that is what is driving him. Gambia is driving him, not mom as a person or what's in it for me. You come to Alhaji Usainu Dabo. Back in 1996, before he joined politics, the guy was the most respected individual out there in the Gambia, well known. Everything is gone. Masi Musa Jengi, they question his integrity. People say bad things about him, Negomudara, or he's a tribalist. All of that. So sacrifice almost close to 20-something years, 30 years. You want to reduce it, Neki, he's not putting Gambia first, and it's all about him? Maybe it's much more complex than that. And what does it mean to say, I am putting Gambia first? What does that mean? It's not as easy as we try to portray it. Who is putting Gambia first? I want to know. Out there. Who?
Musa.
If these two people are not putting Gambia first, then can we put Gambia first? Musa Jeng, every Sunday, all over the place. I'm the one putting Gambia first? Really? You really believe that? So again, I think we need to be careful when we make statements like that. I think the affair begin more complex than putting Gambia first or not putting Gambia first. Go ahead, Alhaji.
Musa, man I mention na man dama de ñemeñ ba nga xamé man dama de mention turi ay nit because ñoo nek ci position so xamné leaders lañ man sa suma tour dañ de mention because ma ngi def suma bop ci public domain bi man lima wax moy Usainu Dabo kalibala ci bir Gambia dafa am doole dafa sacrifice a lot professional. He was a rising star ci bir Gambia. Anybody who am legal issue ci bir Gambia, you wanted Usainu Dabo pour represent la. Man doy 1986 last start the read and pamphlet yun daan binda. I was in high school. Halifa Saleh sacrifice. Lolu ken munta lile lolu. But what I'm saying, man so gisee ma mention century fini. It's like, okay, UDP du mëna dem without ben parti du mëna génné fofu non government bi. Lolu wax nañ ko, lolu leer na. Te bena bes waxtaan na oje, I think mu ngi si dëgga maa ngi si fen mus na ko wax sa in public mu ne soo seetee affaire yi dafa mel ni yéen a ngi dem si teen di ndox yaa ngi mar man maa ngi mar waaye teen bi 10 meters la yow yaa ngi amee 9 meters mooy UDP example dooy 1 meter lañ amee so combinal 9 meters di su ngeen demee si teen bi di ngeen am ndox yéen ñëpp ngeen naan ndox waaye UDP benn 9 meters am du mun a eega dooy seen 1 meter du but you all need each other so déggee ñu ngi wax tey the success of Gambia in the absence ñaari scénario lay joxe nii de 1 meter person and the 2 meters person sacrifice ngeen su lu nekk waaye li ngeen bëgg a achieve pour am ndax mënu leen koo am without each other da ngeen soxla each other so loolu moo tax nag man soo déggee maa ngi wax and I ask myself tey kan moo gën a deserve Usainu Dabo nekk si biir air conditioning Gambians flag bi mu ngi dawal moto security ko guard kenn gënu ko deserve si biir Gambia ku gën a deserve Halifa Saleh tey mu nekk si air conditioning police security Gambia di ko gaat kenn gënu ko di saaf si biir Gambia tey waaye ñan ñoo fa nekk tey Fabakary Tombong Jatta kan moo fa nekk tey ay yem Sidi Njaay ñu ngeen a gaat calling the shots di joxe suñ leader si suñ police yi ak dile because lana xew Halifa Sallah had the chance to be there. Ousainou Darboe had the chance, but because they could not work together, it gave opportunity a devil to come in. Man, that's for my contention fini. Why can't these two people to work together? You liggéey together, send 1 meter ak benen 9 meter, you put go together for the long run, pour dëkk bi mëna succeed, and in the process, ñoom si boppam sax ñu benefit aussi. Waaye yow nga ne sa benn boom bi boobu rek nga téye keneen ki 9 meters a miti yëpp ngeen du ngeen moo la bokkeli dëkk bi dem si kanam dëkk bi gën a dem si kanam.
They will say they did that in 2016.
Yeah, but no, waaye dañ ko def rek ñu am ndox rek ñu naan tuuti rek ku nekk ñu ne to hell with the 1 meter and to hell with the 9 meters. And I'm not listening to this though. In the process, dëkk bi is paying a price for that. The Kabi is paying a price for that. Nyom ñaar ñu ngi pay a price for that. You ngi struggle. So that is the part that is fofu moy lolu. But nobody is saying ne. I mean, ni mu nata ne wal, you know, because yow someone 1 meter bi nga japp ko rek nga ne bobu moy self interest and Gambia second. Benen gi amé 9 meters si. The 10 meters. No hara Musa, 10 meters bi moy Gambia. You have the 9 meters UDP, you have the 1 meter DOI. 10 meters you combine lulu moy Gambia moy 10 meters yi waaye su fekkee yow da nga jàpp sa 9 meters nga ne your only way pour Gambia dem si kanam te du mën a dem yow you're being selfish keneen ki am 1 meter bi so lo moo tax loolu
am naa ne is much more complex than linko
well, I don't know but you know why in a layman's terms
so further my conclusion is that coming at the end of the day when the history of the Gambia is written, nobody should be able to make a blanket statement that Ousainou Darboe doesn't put Gambia at Gambia's interest first or Halifa Sallah. But I can tell you that as human beings, there are certain times when you make a decision that is not in the best interest of the Gambia, and you cannot tell me that when Ousainou Darboe said that Barrow should stay for more than 3 years, that was putting Gambia first. So sometimes you have to subject their individual decision as human beings. We are all human beings. We can be flawed. We can make some wrong decisions. That is not representing in the best interest of the country. And you can say that on anybody, including all of us. But at the end of the day, Saul, here is what my conclusion is. The Gambian people change. We must have change. If we change our political process enough, our political leaders enough, we may be lucky to land the right leaders in order for us to be able to move forward. So that change, we have to rally Gambians around a common cause. And so this is what I would encourage you to do. I mean, the big elephant in the room is really what agenda are you going to sell to the Gambian people that is going to put them, that is going to make them, put their money where their resources are, their money where their mouths are. This is a cause that we need, we need to mobilize Gambians, we need to recruit Gambians, and we're going to make a parallel effort in the diaspora to mobilize the Gambians, and we started this already. And at the end of the day, as long as we don't stop mobilizing people, we're going to get somewhere. Democracy is 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. It's an incremental gain. We have to aim for incremental gain. We're not going to have a perfect change. But we're going to mobilize the Gambians in the diaspora. If you're interested, send us your email. We mobilize, and we can perhaps call us with Sol Baji and others, and really put a critical mass together to have the change that we deserve in the Gambia. It is our responsibility. It is our duty to make sure that Adam Barrow does not run for a third term. If he decides to run for a third term, we must defeat him at the polls for the best interest of the Gambia. This is a goal that we must achieve.
Saul will have the last word. Saul, you have the last word. 5 o'clock. I can't believe we're here 4 hours without my past Samba Jau ak Sariang, because they're the ones that will kind of get me going.
But you know what, Musa, they missed out, but we understand the reason they're not here. Again, my thanks to this panel of brothers, and you see the intricacy of Musa. All 4 people, minding myself excluded, but all the 3 of you have been here before. All the 3 of you participated and contributed to what brought us the change that we have, albeit the change is still not what we want. I remember vividly Demba Balde sharing a story that one day during their calls, when they were having GDF and raising funds and this coalition that we were setting up, he couldn't sit there because he had been engaged in so much. He went and hid in the closet to have a conversation with somebody who was calling, and his wife went and yanked him out of there because he just had to get this conversation to get the Gambia to where we are today. And when Demba Balde goes to Gambia, does anyone care about Demba Balde? When Alagi Sow goes to Gambia, does anyone care about Alagi Sow? When Musa Jeng goes to Gambia, Coach Pasamba Jao, he talked a story about his sister who was killed. What is the outcome to the person who killed Samba Jao's sister? I heard him the other day that the guy was actually released from jail. He went home and he had the audacity to call Coach Pasamba Jao's sister, because his niece was the one that was killed, to talk to him, talk to her, to explain that, you know, we have our ways of getting out. I mean, is this the Gambia that we want? The Lola Alagi so di wahni degala musajeng degana sawa. We're not saying that Hussein Udabo and Halifa Saleh have not sacrificed. These people are not wealthy now. They have actually become poorer as a result of fighting for their country. And Adama Barrow can claim he has $200 million in his bank account. Those Hussein Udabo and Halifa Saleh have $200 million in their bank accounts. They don't. But they have the respect and the dignity of the people of the country. There's a problem in our country, and that's the decaying of us holding up to our integrity. And this is the integrity we want to bring back in that country, where people who are elected must do nothing but to serve the people and not enrich themselves. And they must look out for the people who are the poor, our vulnerable individuals in that country. That is why Coalition for System Change is here, to bring these differences that we see in our political leaders and put the country in the perspective of what we want, so that when they retire tomorrow, when they're long gone like Sadauda, we can look back and say they may have made mistakes, but by and large, they did the right thing for our country. This is what we want to enjoy. And I'm asking the coalition, the Gambians in the diaspora, to look deep in themselves. This country that we call the United States is not what we have been living with for the past 40, 30 years for those of us who have been here. There's a different dynamic here. And our country is not stable because we have drug dealers and corruption and all of these crimes happening in our country. We need to go back and change that and bring back a new dynamic, a new dispensation. That is, go back to the reforms that should have happened in 2016. We haven't done that. We want to implement those and pick a flag bearer that we can all be proud of, somebody who can uphold the integrity that we all yearn for. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saul. Thank you, Alaji Saul. It's good to see you. Demba, you held on even for 4 hours. Thank you, guys. Thank you to our viewers. We're definitely going to be back, inshallah, next Sunday with Pasamba Jao and Sariang Malong. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks all.